Hi, Bougie Gang. How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me fix. Hopefully, we're good today. Um, okay, let me do this real quick. We're going to get started in just a minute. Um, Let me make sure I got my share screen on. All right. Okay. Pull this up real quick. Okay, guys, real quick. If you missed yesterday, this is Latosha Daniels. Okay, who is Latosha Daniels? Latosha is a woman who is from Louisville, Arkansas. Excuse me. Why did I say Louisville? Little Rock. Girl, it just rolled off my tongue. Little Rock, where she was dating this man, Mr. Brodus Perry. Okay. She lost it. Brodus was it was kind of one of those. It was a very much kind of like power submission type relationship, and they were involved. She was having an affair with him. He's a married man at the time. Now he is deceased. He was a married man in ministry at a particular church where she was part of one of the ministries, and which he led. And she went to him for some counseling, and he helped himself to some putty cat. Okay. Now, that being said, they had a long affair situation. And as it turns out, when he decided to end the affair, ma'am lost it. Okay. Is Latasha in custody? She is currently in custody. At one time, she was out of custody, but she's currently in custody. And I'm not sure what the history is of the remanded custody. I could definitely do some research on that. At one time, she was in custody, then she was released from jail, and then she was remanded back into custody. And yes, welcome. Thank you for mentioning that, Jackson Tabasco. Our good friend, our good sis over there at Gossip Rumor Innuendo, our friend Kathy, did some updates on this, and she mentioned us a couple of times, and we had a lot of new friends come over to watch the shenanigans with us on day 2. They watched last night and they came today. So if you're coming by way of Kathy over at Gossip Rumor Innuendo, welcome, 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 welcome. I hope you enjoy, and make sure if you're new here, subscribe because you're going to like it. Set your notifications because you don't want to not be informed, and hit the thumbs up because likes do matter. So, yes, this is Brodus Perry. He is deceased. His widow is alive. Yesterday, she testified of her um, experience with Miss Latasha, and also what she testified regarding the day that Latasha came to her apartment once they moved to Memphis. She showed up at the house unexpectedly under some sort of a ruse, saying that she was there for a work event, but really and truly, she had ran into Brodus downtown. He gave her the address. He told her to go to the apartment. She went to the apartment to talk to his wife. He came there, pretended like he didn't know anything of what was going on, and really kind of rebuffed her. She got mad. She pulled out her gun and baby commenced to shooting. Okay. Sir died within a few hours. I think they said his time of death was roughly 3 o'clock. Let me pull up, hold on a second. Let me pull up Court TV real quick so we don't miss anything. But let me read to you the arrest affidavit real quick. I meant to come back last night, you guys, but the time change has beat me up. and I was having a hard time with it. Okay, let me try to read this to you guys real quick. Court TV hasn't started yet, but even if it did, we won't be missing anything. Okay, let me read this really fast. It's not redacted, so I'm not going to pull it up, but let's get into it. This is the the probable cause affidavit. Okay, on 4/4/19, okay? Guys, get your popcorn, refresh your coffee, get a snack, all of the things. Let's get into it. We're going to be pulling up the live stream shortly. On 4/4/19, Detective Chris Roberts responded to blank Shelby County in regards to a shooting of two victims, Brodus Calvin Perry and Tabitha Perry. During the investigation of the shooting of Mr. and Ms. Perry, it is determined that Latoshia S. Daniels arrived at said apartment on the evening of 4/4/19. Ms. Perry stated she allowed Ms. Daniels to enter the Perry apartment because Ms. Daniels is an acquaintance of the Perrys knew while living in Little Rock, Arkansas. Miss Perry stated that after letting Miss Daniels into the apartment, the two spoke for approximately 30 minutes before Mr. Perry arrived at the apartment. After Mr. Perry arrived at the apartment, and the Perrys and Ms. Daniels spoke for approximately 10 minutes, and Ms. Daniels stated that it was getting late and she started to leave the apartment. Mrs. Perry stated that Mrs. Perry stated that she would that escorted. Oh, Mrs. Perry stated that she escorted Mrs. Daniels to the front door of the apartment while Mrs. Daniels and Mr. Perry followed behind her. Mrs. Perry stated that she opened the front door of the apartment and stepped outside of the apartment when she turned and saw Mrs. Daniels remove the handgun from her jacket and began to shoot Mr. Perry several times while just inside the apartment at the front door. Mrs. Perry stated that while Miss Daniels was shooting Mr. Perry, Miss Daniels repeatedly stated, "You broke my heart." Miss Perry stated that she began to yell for help and began banging on neighbors' doors to call the police. Mrs. Daniels walked towards the kitchen area of the apartment when Miss Perry stated that she entered the apartment and knelt down next to Mr. Perry. Mrs. Perry stated that Mrs. Daniels told her to get out of her way and then shot her in the shoulder. Mrs. Perry stated that Mrs. Daniels removed the magazine from the gun as she removed the magazine from the gun she just used to shoot her and her husband and began to reload the magazine with more ammunition she retrieved from her jacket pocket. Mrs. Perry stated that the Colleyville police arrived and took Miss Daniels into custody. The handgun that was used to shoot Miss Perry and Mr. and Mrs. Perry was determined to be a Ruger 9mm and loaded with 5 9mm rounds in the magazine. Mr. Perry was determined to have been shot multiple times in the head and torso, and Mrs. Perry was shot in the shoulder area. Mr. and Mrs. Perry were transported to the Regional 1 Health Center in Memphis, Tennessee for treatment. Mr. Perry did not survive his injuries and was pronounced dead by Dr. Evans 4/5/19 at 3:42 a.m. The actions of Miss Daniels were premeditated and intentional to kill Mr. Perry. Also, the actions of Mrs. Daniels were premeditated and intentional to attempt to kill Mrs. Perry. Due to the above listed facts, Latoshia Shante Daniels is found to be in violation of first-degree murder, attempted murder in the first degree, employment of a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony on this day, the 5th day of April, 2019. Signed, Judge, I'm not sure what that signature is, Judge of Colleyville. Tennessee. Okay. We're going to be getting started shortly. That's the facts. Now, there's an interesting article that I was reading about the chain of events that happened um while how they arrested her, because apparently they had to subdue her, which maybe the detective is going to talk about, but baby, they talked about how they had to how they used the stun gun. I think they talked about that yesterday in the testimony. But my God, um, interesting. Okay. Now, Court TV has started the feed, but it's not, there's no action yet with the actual video footage. Let's go over there real quick. You can see the wife. Okay. All right. Let me see if I can pull up that article while we're waiting. While we are waiting. Okay. I want to say welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're new here, welcome, welcome, welcome. Make sure to subscribe, um, and set your notifications to all, so that way, whenever anything pops off, you will be notified immediately. Let me pull this up because I had a couple of articles I was reading and I set them to the side so I could have them ready to go. Just a second. Let me see some more information. Let's see. The police arrested. Okay, let's see. The woman. Okay, this is another part component. Police documents state BRODUS was shot in the head and torso. The Perrys were taken to Regional 1, but Brodus Perry died at the hospital. Police said Daniels would not put down the gun when they arrived, so the officer shot her with one round from a less lethal shotgun to disarm her. Daniels was taken to Baptist Memorial in Colleyville. After being arrested, police said Daniels tried to run away from the officers when she was getting discharged from the hospital. Y'all, after being treated, police said Daniels tried to run away from the officers when she was getting discharged from the hospital. When police told Daniels to place her hands behind her back, she allegedly jerked away, shoved the officer, and ran out of the room down to the emergency room hallway. Officers yelled for her to stop, but she continued through the door leading to the ICU part of the hospital, according to the arrest affidavit. Whew, baby. Police caught up to her, but Daniels then allegedly grabbed an officer's shirt and started swinging, hitting an officer, according to CPD. Eventually, officers were able to roll her over onto her stomach and place her under arrest. Latoshia Daniels will make her first appearance on Tuesday, which this was going back, obviously, at the time of her arrest. She is being held without bond, obviously. Okay. Oh, baby. When I read that, I said, bloop, let me go ahead and put that in my to read on live pile, because those are some details we did not hear. Okay. girlfriend said she was not going down without a fight, okay? And to that I say, okay, hold on. It's time to get serious. Okay, can you guys hear? Okay, I'm gonna put a chapter in at the 15:29 mark. Hold on, so we know what time we went from silly to serious. Okay.
We're ready to get back to work.
The judge is, can I just say how pleasant the judge is?
The state calls Captain Draper.
Am I on the right? Okay, here we go.
Have a switch up. Morning, Cap. Do me a favor, stand here, face the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
Right, you may have a seat, sir. May I proceed?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record?
Samuel Edward Draper, SAMUEL,
And where are you employed?
Carroll Police Department,
And what's your position?
captain of the Uniform Patrol.
How long have you been in that position?
Coming up on a year,
Okay. And how long have you been with the Carville Police Department?
approximately 13 years.
Okay. So I'm going to take you back to April 4th, 2019. Do you recall responding to an apartment complex that day?
Yes, ma'am. On that day, I believe it was roughly around 22, 26, responding to a weapons complaint of shots fired at 1681 South Elstone Place East. Myself and a couple other CPD officers and SV pulled up on scene, pulled up to the entrance point of the Meridian Apartments, and the gate was already opened by, I believe, another occupant of the complex. He was saying, hey, the shots are coming up from this apartment complex. Me and one of my partners, Officer Austin McLean, we rounded about apartment complex, I believe it was 204 to 205 of Building 8. And then when we were coming up the stairwell, one of the tenants from the apartment complex said that the shots were coming from the top right apartment. So myself and Officer McLean went up the stairwell, made a right, observed a male subject down on the ground in the front entryway of the apartment in a pool of blood. Saw a female victim sitting or braced against the wall to the male victim, and then I observed the suspect. A little ways behind him, there was an island, kitchen island in that apartment complex, and she was standing to the right of that on the weapon.
Okay. And at any time did she put down the weapon once you arrived?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Could you tell us what happened with that?
So, once we got there, I observed her with a weapon, myself and the on-scene officers were trying to communicate with her to put down the weapon. I don't recall how long or how much time elapsed, but after some time, we requested a less lethal beanbag gun to be called up, and that's when Officer Jenkins deployed that, and she immediately fell to the ground. And that's when we went into the apartment complex, secure it, and secured the weapon.
Could you describe to the jury what exactly is a less lethal firearm?
A less lethal weapon system is typically it's a 12-gauge shotgun that's been converted to a less lethal means. It's deployed by a super sock, which is a small, approximately 4 inches Kevlar type of cloth that's inside that Kevlar cloth is number 8 lead pellets, and it's a means for us to deploy it during violent situations. It can still be lethal, but it's a less lethal means to try to incapacitate the subject in order to get them under custody.
And I don't recall if you stated before, but which officer employed the less lethal?
That was Officer Kelly Jenkins.
Okay. And you stated that you saw the suspect hit the ground?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see that same suspect in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am. She's right sitting out in front of me.
Could you describe what she's wearing?
White jacket, blue shirt, glasses.
Your Honor, if we could have the record reflect that Captain Draper has identified the defendant.
Let the record reflect the defendant has been identified.
Okay. And if you recall, how many times was the suspect hit with the less lethal?
One time.
Okay. And after she was hit, do you recall who secured the scene or who cleared the weapon?
I believe that was Officer McLean, because myself and the other officers, we didn't know who else was in the apartment, and we went to the left, and that's when Officer McLean secured the weapon, and I believe put it on the island, if I recall correctly.
And do you recall any other weapons being recovered from the scene?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so neither of the two people that were on the ground had weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do anything else pertaining to this investigation?
No, ma'am.
And this apartment complex that you responded to, you said it was on Elkstone Place?
Yes, at Meridian Apartments off of Shea Road.
Okay, is that in Shelby County?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Captain Draper.
Good morning.
I just have a couple of questions for you, okay? On April the 4th, you responded to a shots fired call, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had information that there were 2 people down.
What I recall, there was just shots fired and there was screaming.
Okay. How many officers arrived at the scene?
Initially, I want to say it was myself, Officer Dunlap, and Officer McLean, but there was additional officers that showed up shortly after.
Do you recall how many officers total responded?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall how long you were there prior to the firing of the less lethal?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you arrived on the scene, you had your sidearm,
I had my rifle.
okay? I thought you had both.
Well, yes, but I had my rifle in conjunction to my sidearm.
So you had, it's a Glock that you carry,
Yes, ma'am.
and a Bushmaster rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went up the stairs, you had your Bushmaster rifle
Yes, ma'am.
in your hands.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went up to where that apartment is, when you came to the doorway where you could see in, and you saw that Miss Daniels was standing there with a weapon, you raised your gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you had a person inside with a weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you are trained in dealing with that kind of situation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all get training in what's called the use of force continuum.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And that goes from no force at all to deadly force.
Yes, ma'am.
And less lethal is below the deadly force.
Yes, ma'am.
Less lethal can include the super sock that you were talking about, or the rubber pellets, things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
But the deadly force would involve typically your sidearm.
In that case there, it was, typically, less lethals are used for, it's another tool for us to address the situation. And for us, even though deadly force would have been authorized in that circumstance, we decided to try to use another means to resolve the situation peacefully and the best we could.
Absolutely. And y'all are trained to go as far down on the continuum as you can, right?
Depending on the situation, yes, ma'am.
You don't want to jump to the most extreme if you don't have to.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you encountered Miss Daniels, did you see her? Did you see her?
Yes, ma'am.
You had a good visual. Do you remember how far apart you were?
I can't recall the exact footage, but it was a ways distance. I was at the top of the stairwell. You had the apartment with both parties in the entranceway to the apartment, and then she was a little further back, closer in the interior portion of the apartment.
When you were speaking with her, were you still back at the stairwell, or were you closer up to the apartment?
Still back where I was.
Okay, you could see her in the
Correct.
apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you did talk to her.
Attempted to. I did not get a response.
She was very visibly upset.
I did not see any emotion from what I recall. She would
Was
not
she-
communicate back to me.
Okay, so you were talking to her and she did not talk back to you at all?
Correct. We were telling her to put down the firearm, something to that extent, but we weren't getting a response from that.
Were you seeing her at that point behaving in a threatening way to the two people on the ground?
Our priority at that point was to try to detain and secure the situation because we had injured parties.
Right, but my question was, did you see her at that point in time threatening the two people on the ground?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see her at any point, and this obviously is going to depend on where you were standing.
Mhm.
Did you see her at any point putting the gun to her own head, to her own chest, and to her own mouth?
If I recall correctly, at some point in our attempts to communicate with her, she did point the firearm towards herself, but I don't recall exactly what, if it was the head or the chest area.
Okay. And during that whole period of time, you're trying to talk to her and she's not even
There's no
responding?
response. At one point, I do recall talking with Miss Perry, asking her what the name of the subject was to try to convince her to put down the firearm, but it did not work.
So at some point, y'all determined the best course of action was to utilize that less lethal.
Yes, ma'am.
And once you did that, she was taken into custody?
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And paramedics then came to take care of Tabitha and BRODUS.
Yes, ma'am.
At any point, did Latosha point the gun at any of the officers?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see her point the gun at Tabitha or BRODUS again?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall the initial attempt to deploy the less lethal not being successful? That the first gun jammed?
I do believe that there was a malfunction with the first one, and that's when we had to call it for a second one.
Somebody had to run down to their car, come back up and...
Somebody, I don't recall exactly who it was, but, because me and the other officers there had this, we stayed where we were because we don't want to lose sight.
And somebody brought up the less lethal, gave it to Jenkins, and Jenkins is the one who deployed the less lethal.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, ma'am.
Read that there. I'll redirect Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You may call your next witness.
State calls Officer McLean.
Sorry.
Raise your right hand.
You swear affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may have a seat, sir.
Appreciate it.
Proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, ma'am. It is Richard Austin McLean, RICHARDMCCLAIN.
Where are you employed?
Right now, I'm employed with Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
Have you always been employed with them?
No, ma'am.
Where were you previously?
From 2016 to 19, I was employed by the Collierville Police Department.
And how long were you there?
3 years.
And what was the last position you held while there?
Patrolman.
So while you were at the Collierville Police Department, do you recall, I'm going to take you back to April 4th, 2019. Do you recall responding to an apartment complex that day?
Yes.
Okay, and was that apartment complex on Oakstone Place?
Yes.
It was in Shelby County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why did you respond there?
Shots fired call.
Okay. And who else was with you on that day?
Like officer-wise, I'm guessing?
Correct.
You had Dunlap, Draper, Jenkins, DeBaldo, and myself.
Okay. And what happened when you got to that scene?
Myself, Officer Dunlap, and Officer Draper were the first three on scene, I believe, or right around the same time. We all started clearing the bottom floor, at which point we came into contact with the tenant, who advised us that the shots were coming from an upstairs apartment.
And did you ever go upstairs to that upstairs apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what happened once you got there?
As we made our approach upstairs, Officers Dunlap and Draper were in the hallway, and I was on the stairs, and we could see a male black and a female black within the doorway on the floor.
They were on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you said you were on the stairwell.
Yes.
What happened and what did you see when you were on the stairwell?
I saw Officer Dunlap and Draper and myself. We started giving verbal commands to drop the weapon, at which point it did not happen. I called for a less lethal, at which point the less lethal was brought up. It did misfire twice. I asked for another one, went and got it, at which point that less lethal did work and was successful, at which point we did move in to the apartment.
So you said that there were verbal commands that happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At what point did you see a suspect?
I might have peeked in just to see what was going on and radioed to our dispatch and responding officers so everybody knew what was going on.
And to your knowledge, was the less lethal employed?
As in,
Did they shoot it?
yes.
Okay. Did you see it when it was shot?
Yes, I heard less lethal, and then, of course, the,
So at that point, did you stay in the stairwell or did you go up to the apartment?
I made entry into the apartment.
And what happened once you got in?
Observed the two victims were on the floor, and our suspect was laying on the floor inside the kitchen, at which point Officer Draper secured the gun from the suspect's hand with his foot, and I made the gun safe. I cleared the gun.
Okay. So you had the gun in your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you see when you had the gun in your hand?
There were several rounds in the magazine and not one in the chamber.
So in your experience, when you're looking at these guns, if there is not one chambered, but there's a magazine in the gun, what could that mean?
It could possibly
Objection
mean,
to speculation.
What was the question?
I asked, in his experience, what would it mean if there was one chambered and if there was a magazine in the gun? He's testifying to his experience.
Yeah, I think he can, if he's familiar enough with guns, that foundation could be laid that he could say, if you pulled the trigger, what would happen? But I don't think that he can speculate about why something would be that way.
Just like a proper foundation.
If there was nothing chambered in the gun and there was a magazine in the gun, and if it was fired, what would happen?
it would go boom, and a round would go somewhere.
Even though there was not one chamber?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question correctly. If there was not one chambered, the gun would basically click and there would be no explosion or round going through that gun.
I'll pass
Mr. Curry, cross-examination.
Good morning, Officer McClain. My name is Arthur Horn. How are you?
Doing good, sir.
You might want to fix your collar on your jacket.
Oh, appreciate it.
Okay. So taking you back to April 4, 2019, you get a shots fired call. Were you in your vehicle solo or were you riding with the partner?
Oh, so,
Okay. And you get this call and you arrive at the scene of the Meridian Apartments, correct?
yes, sir.
And when you get there, who's there with you?
Officer Dunlap and Draper,
Okay.
when I first arrived.
All right. Did you grab your 12 gauge or did you go straight to the apartment with just your standard
Pistol.
block issue?
Standard Glock issue pistol.
Did the other officers go with their standard weapons or did they go?
Officer Draper had his SWAT issued rifle,
Okay.
and I'm not sure about Officer Dunlap.
Okay.
I
Was
do not
Officer
recall.
McClain there at that point?
Was who?
I mean, not Officer McClain. Was Officer Jenkins there at that point?
She arrived within a few seconds to a minute right behind, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And you go up the stairs to this apartment. And when you first walk into the apartment, you see a female subject on the ground, correct?
I did not walk into the apartment. I was
Okay.
in the stairway.
Okay, in the stairwell. Could you see the female
Yes, sir.
subject on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could you see the male subject on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could you see Miss Daniels?
No, sir.
Okay. At any point, could you see Miss Daniels?
As I said earlier, I might have peeked in so that I could radio to our dispatch and other officers what was going on
Okay. So when you peeked in, did you see Miss Daniels?
for maybe a brief second.
Okay. And when you observed Miss Daniels, she never raised a gun at you or any of the other officers?
As far as I can recall, I never saw that.
Okay.
I can say I saw that she had a gun in her hand.
Okay. Did you see her point the gun at herself?
I cannot testify to that. I did not see that.
So you never saw her point the gun at her mouth, her chest, or her head?
No, sir. I cannot testify to that. Did not see it.
At some point, well, let me stop you. You all are trained in the use of deadly force, correct?
Correct.
You've been with the Collierville Police Department, and now you're with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
Right? And it's called the deadly force, use of deadly force continuum,
Mm-hmm.
correct? And
Yes,
there's
sir.
sort of two extremes. There's the less lethal,
Mm-hmm.
correct, all the way over to deadly force. And you were the one that made the decision to use the less lethal means to try to take Ms. Daniels down, correct?
We all decided that.
Okay.
But it is a tool to use other than deadly force.
Okay.
It was an option to have.
Okay. And it was an option, and you guys, you called for it. I think you testified earlier,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Mhm.
And were you the one who made the first attempt?
Firing the less
Yes,
lethal?
yes.
No, sir, I was not trained to fire less lethal.
Who was the first person to make that attempt?
Officer Jenkins.
Okay, and she tried that twice,
Yes, sir.
and it jammed,
It misfired.
misfired.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at some point, did you run down to get another 12
Yes, sir.
gauge
Yes, sir.
to do the less lethal?
Yes, sir.
And you came back upstairs, and you did it,
No, sir, I gave it to Officer Jenkins.
and Officer Jenkins did it?
Yes, sir. I was not trained in less lethal.
Okay, but Officer Jenkins was.
Yes, sir.
How much time elapsed between the first attempt and the second attempt?
As in, when we had to change out less lethals,
Correct.
5 seconds maybe.
Okay. And from the time that you got there until the time the less lethal, the second less lethal means was employed, how much time passed?
Can't recall to exactly that.
Okay. 5 minutes?
Probably, possibly less than that.
Okay. And And when Officer Jenkins did it the second time, she hit Miss Daniels, correct?
Yes,
She fell to the floor.
yes.
Did you clear the weapon, or did someone else clear the weapon?
I cleared the weapon.
Explain to the jury what clearing the weapon.
Yes, sir. So basically, it means clearing the firearm, which makes it safe. You remove the mag, you pull the slide back, slide lock, and you check to make sure there's no round in the chamber or anything like that.
Okay. And earlier you were asked a question about having a bullet in the chamber
Yes, sir.
versus having them in the magazine.
Yes, sir.
On that particular weapon, you would have to clear the slide to get the bullet into the chamber, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were able to take down Miss Daniels, and she was taken into custody after after you cleared the weapon, correct?
She was already down once I cleared the weapon.
Okay. And she was taken into custody.
Yes, sir.
If I can have a minute, you know. I'll pass it with you.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
You may step down,
All
sir.
right, thank you, ma'am.
State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective Chris Roberts.
Your Honor, could we approach briefly before he's called to the stand?
Yes.
Okay, what are they sidebarring about, guys? Do you think they're getting ready to tell the story about how she tried to escape from the hospital? Wait, hold on. I was letting the dogs out. Okay. So they needed to talk to the judge about something. And I suspect, usually it's something that's getting ready to come up that they may feel is prejudicial or, hey, Kathy, good morning. Welcome to everyone who came through from Gossip Rumor Innuendo. Kathy, thank you for recommending this stream. I appreciate you so much.
10-minute recess.
I appreciate that.
Still not ready to discuss the case. I'm going to show you for a 10-minute break.
Okay, so they're going to take a 10-minute break. Girl, Latoshia and her wig. Girl. Okay, ma'am. We get to see a little side shot. Let me catch a thumbnail right here. Okay, ma'am. We're going for a 10-minute break. Let's see. The Kanekalon. Yes. You know what her lawyers probably did? Number one, we're going to give them a bad shot every shot. They're going to be posted up to your right, and we're going to make sure that we're going to get a nice high density wig, and we're going to make it so that when they try to film you, they're going to catch about 1.5 inches of your face, and the rest is going to be all wig. It's going to be all wig. That's it. Okay. I don't know why they felt that a Kanekalon situation was going to be better than her natural locks. I don't know. I mean, maybe her locks are not maintenance. Let's just say it's not necessarily a situation where they felt that she would be, maybe they just wanted a different appearance, but and maybe her locks are not well maintained because she's in jail So I'm sure the products, the health of our hair does sometimes, a lot, not even sometimes, the health of our hair does depend on our products that we have availability to. So maybe her locks are not locking at the moment. So that could be an issue. And they felt that it was probably a better deal to bring her a wig. Girl, it's possible. I don't know. I mean, thank you, Jesus. I have nothing to reference of that situation. I cannot imagine. Um, so I'm just gonna go on a limb and say maybe her hair, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing to be able to scoop your hair up into a bun or, do something. But if if her locks have not been well maintained, I guess they said, well, we're gonna just bring you a wig. So that way, I mean, she is so yeah, I don't know, girl. Don't give me, I can come up with about 20 different scenarios, and I feel like I gave one or two good ones. So I'm going to just stop right there. YouTube really needs to put the reply option in the chat. Oh, so you can almost like thread an answer. So if somebody has a point and everybody's responding and it threads, let me, somewhere they have found. Girl, if a bob would have been a little bit, it's giving Jodi Arias. Let me see if I can find a Jodi Arias picture. I'm sure everybody knows who Jodi Arias is. I mean, if you're in true crime, we all know who she is, right? Another crazed woman killing a boyfriend who didn't want her anymore. Jodi Arias. Let's find Jodi. Girl, she's doing the Jodi Arias style. Let's see. Girl, just that crazy wig. Hold on. All right. Let's All right, let's get to the Jodi pick. Oh. Where did it save? Okay. Let me save. Oh, it saved a different way. Okay. Hold on 1 second. My bad, y'all. The one thing I do like, a lot of times we'll start a live after the stream starts. It does give us the benefit of when they have these little breaks to be able to like, oh, okay, let's get our time. When we're like right on time with the live, it does kind of suck when they take these breaks, but I guess the flip side is I get to talk to you guys on the breaks. Okay, let's see. Girl, it's giving. All right. Girl, hello? Hello? I don't know why her lawyer would have gave her the Jodi wig, but that it's not going to help. The comparisons, I would be sitting there the whole time thinking, what does her wig look like? Another. So, okay. Is that called from the Crazy Girlfriend collection of wigs? Even though Jodi's, that's her hair, but girl, too nutty, two nut jobs. Oh, you not gonna break up with me? You don't know who Jodi is? Jodi is, let me tell you, Jodi Arias. This is a little bit of Mormon true crime. I'm telling you, do yourself a favor and just look her up. But she, in a nutshell, Jody was dating a guy, and they were involved. She met him through an MLM, like all of the stereotypical things. Okay, Travis. Yes. She was dating a guy named Travis that she met through an MLM called Prepaid Legal. And they had a very hot, tumultuous kind of situation. Jody tried to conform to be everything Travis would want in a woman and then some. Anyway, Travis got bored because most girls who thirst trap, the guys will kind of tell, like, maybe she's not genuine. Da, 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 da. Anyway, he decided to, like most men do, once they get everything, and they lose interest, they're going to move on, right? She was doing too much. Okay. She was doing too much. He got bored and wanted to pivot and weigh his options, right? Um, that wasn't good for Jody. Jody was not happy about that, and she wasn't having that. Long story short, Travis came to his ultimate demise in his shower with probably just innumerable stab wounds, and she's serving a life sentence. I think in Maricopa. She was in Maricopa. Y'all, my dogs are going crazy. Um, Let me go back to the 10-minute break. They're still on break, so we're gonna give it a minute. But my dogs are one's in, one's out. She's in Arizona, Jody, and she's serving a life sentence, and she was found guilty. They had a little bit of time trying to prosecute her, but eventually she was prosecuted, and again she's not getting out. And crazy and crazed. And the boyfriend tried to break up with her. He wanted to be able to weigh his options, and she was not having it, and Miss Ma'am took him out. Very similar to this set of circumstances, but the difference is that Travis was single, and Brodus over here wanted to be. Brodus was a reluctant married husband, pastor, and he was trying to convince his wife, Tabitha, to consciously or ethical non-monogamy, some weird concept, and was trying to get his wife to read Ethical Slut, maybe some sort of book that would try to turn somebody out. Normally I would say, y'all, let's get the book, let's read it. I don't have any interest in that book. I don't know what kind of nonsense is in that book, but no. He was in like a Marco Polo kind of chat group with a couple of ladies that he was clearly discussing sex with. And it was weird. Also, they mentioned something about him having like a threesome, not with his wife, not including Latasha. So this guy had a lot going on, lots of secrets, um, lots of behavior that was outside of the marriage, and it became his ultimate undoing. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna put it back onto Court TV break. I'll be back in just a second. If they're not back yet, I'm gonna go and handle my dogs, and I'll be back. Okay. They should be back. I think they've been probably gone now for a couple of minutes, so they should be back in a minute. But let me go handle these dogs. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back for a second. Let me pivot over here real quick while we're still on hold. This is one of the hearings that happened when Latoshia first got arrested. Let's look at this real quick while we're waiting. So this is her in the courtroom. This is soon after she was arrested. But the interesting thing is, I think this might be the wife. It's weird because they I'm not sure if that's her or not, but I just thought it was interesting how they kind of zoomed in behind her like that. I know she got shot in the shoulder, but did she get grazed on her face too? But this was some of the hearing, but that's Latasha soon after she was subdued in the initial hearing. It's kind of hard to hear. That's her early on.
I know Miss Ruth and she's in there a lot. Presently,
Who are you, ma'am? You just killed somebody. Who are you waving to in the courtroom? Oh, okay. So clearly that must be someone she knows. That can't possibly be the wife if she's okay. So maybe a supporter, someone blowing her a kiss. Girl, stop. Who was the guy that was confused about his? Okay, I'm gonna put it back on the break because I don't want to miss a word of testimony. Okay. Girl. It's girl. How are you? So the family members blowing kisses, and that was sweet and everything. That way she felt a lot of support because baby ma'am is going down. But then she waves. I mean, a smile will do. Doesn't a smile cover like, oh hey, I'm in shackles. I can't really wave right now because I'm shackled up. Okay, looks like they're getting ready to come back. The prosecutor has his head all in front of the camera. Let's see. I think the Memphis channel. Oh, is this Memphis? Hold on. The Memphis channel is covering too. I almost hate to do this midstream, but I feel like let's go to Memphis. Memphis might be better. And then we don't have to. Did Portia send a dog whistle to yeah, Portia was outside. There's my neighbor, like caddy, adjacent, is getting a tree cut and maintenance. She's getting some maintenance and getting a tree cut down. So the men are outside working and Portia is barking in the kitchen. And then they went outside and now they're barking through the gate. And Lambo had to go check on his girl. The courtroom needs modernization. It's very much giving like 80s. It's giving some 70s. I'm not, I'm going to just say the modular thing is kind of jazzy, but I think even just the wood paneling would be nice to refresh and update, or reupholstering, taking the upholstery off maybe, of that modular setup. But if
Take me one tomorrow, the gentleman from Nashville with the TBI. I don't think I can get him here today, but if I
Okay,
can get through everybody but him, I was afraid that was gonna happen, but
I didn't want to miss a word. But yeah, they need to it's the wood paneling. It's also the upholstered furniture situation. Probably dusty in there.
but hopefully we can get through everybody except the TBI who's coming in from Nashville in the morning, would be my hope.
Okay. Okay, is there anything we need to address before the jury comes in? Get the juries.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, jury in the courtroom at this time. Watch together. Watch together.
Alright, you may be seated. We're ready to get back started. State you may call your next witness.
Detective Chris Roberts.
Come on with it, sir. Stand here, face the judge. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat, sir.
Thank you. Would you state and spell your name, please?
My name is Chris, C-H-R-I-S, last name Roberts, R-O-B-E-R-T-S.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a lieutenant with the Carterville Police Department.
How long have you been at the Carterville Police Department?
Approximately 27 years.
As a lieutenant, can I tell me what your duties are?
I'm a patrol lieutenant. That means I supervise right now I'm supervising the midnight shift patrol division. We have approximately 14 patrol officers on our shift, and I'm one of the supervisors over that shift.
Do you have training in firearms?
Yes, sir.
Kind of tell us a little bit about that.
Like I said, I've been a police officer. I've been a police officer over 31 years. During that time, I was a SWAT operator for almost 5 years. I've had training in the use of rifles, shotgun, handguns, less lethal weapons, most weapons that police officers use.
Do you have to qualify every year with a handgun?
Twice a year.
Twice a year with a handgun?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you a little bit about semi-automatic handguns.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
A semi-automatic handgun is a magazine-fed handgun that, according to what kind of caliber bullet that you put inside of it, that you insert the number of rounds that you want inside the magazine, insert the magazine into the handgun, you rack the slide back, and when the slide goes forward, a round is chambered into the gun and it's ready to fire.
And then, how do you fire that when it's ready to fire?
Some handguns have safety, some do not. If the handgun does not have a safety, you just pull the trigger. If the handgun does have a safety, you have to take it off safety and put it into the firing mode and just pull the trigger.
And so every time you pull the trigger, what happens?
Another round goes off until the magazine is empty.
And what happens when the magazine is empty?
The slide will lock back, showing that there's no more rounds to be fed into the chamber, so nothing else can be fired.
So if you run out of bullets or fire it till you run out of bullets, there's not a round in the chamber at that point?
No, sir. The slide locks back automatically, and it cannot be fired again.
If the slide is then forward and you insert a magazine full of ammunition into that weapon, will there be one in the chamber?
Yes, sir, there will be.
Okay, I think you misunderstood my question. If the slide is forward,
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, the slide has to be rocked back, and you insert the magazine, then you release the slide goes forward, and that chambers around into the.
so if you insert a magazine without racking the slide, basically, will there be a round in the chamber?
No, there will not.
I want to talk to you a little bit about April 4th of 2019. You already testified you were with the Collierville Police Department. What were your duties at that time?
I was at the rank of detective during that time.
And did you respond to a call on Elkstone Place in Collierville on that day?
Yes, sir, I was the on-call detective that night.
And so do you recall about what time you got the call, what time you got there?
It was around 11 or so. I don't, it was late that night.
And when you get there, tell ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what you observed and kind of what you did to start.
As soon as we got there, myself and Lieutenant Young and two other detectives made the scene. We secured the scene, went over the crime scene, seeing what we were dealing with, including where shell casings were, where a hostile weapon that was used was located, where there was any blood splattering. We talked to the officers that first made the scene there. We talked to the firemen that were there to see what happened with them. It was just seeing what the scene was about and then starting our investigation.
So one of the things I think you just said was you kind of take over the scene when you get there?
Yes, the patrol officers release the scene to the detectives and it becomes our scene.
Is one of the things you do is you start identifying and collecting evidence from that scene?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that at that scene on Elkstone?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna hand you.
Excuse me, Detective Ross, if you could speak up so the jury.
I apologize.
And she can record everything.
Okay.
We just speak up for you.
Can I touch this?
Yes, absolutely. If you can open that up and look at it, and I just want to ask you if you can identify what's in there and how you can identify what it is.
This is the handgun that we collected at that apartment that night. I recognize it from the serial number and the model.
Is there anything else in that box?
There's a magazine with several rounds of ammunition.
How many rounds ammunition?
Appears to be 5.
And you collected all that from the scene on Elkstone?
All the detectives that night, we all worked together to collect it.
After it's collected, what happens to it then?
We take it back to the police department and seal it in bags and seal it with evidence tape and then place it into the evidence, which is stored.
And that was done with everything in that box?
Correct.
So I would ask that that be marked as 2? 3?
Any objection?
Thank you, Jackson.
We can show the gun, magazine rounds as exhibit 3.
I'm gonna hand you a picture and ask you if you can identify that.
This is the picture of the handgun that we located at the apartment that night.
Judge, I would ask that be marked exhibit 4, please.
Any
No.
objection?
No objection.
And may I publish that?
Yes. The photo of the gun. 4. Yes, you may publish. Thank you.
And specifically, what is that photo? What was the purpose of taking that photo?
It showed the model, it's a Ruger handgun, and it shows the serial number that is associated with that handgun.
So what is the serial number on there?
It is 455-51219.
And is that number unique to that handgun?
Each handgun has a unique serial number.
So no other handgun in the world has that serial number?
It should not.
Hand you this. I'm gonna ask you to, I don't know if you want gloves, it doesn't matter to me, and don't know if you have anything to open that up, but I wanna ask you to open that up and identify what's on the inside of it.
Thank you. May I open it now, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
You recognize those items?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what they are?
These are the shell casings and a spent round that we've located right inside the apartment.
Can you tell us shell casings and spent rounds, what does that mean?
A shell casing is what's left over when a bullet goes out the chamber. It contains the gunpowder, and it's ejected from the gun when the gun is fired. And then the spent bullet is actually the metal that actually goes out the end of the barrel, whatever you're shooting at. That's what it'll hit.
So what you're describing to me is something that starts as one piece.
Correct.
It's a casing with a bullet on the end. The casing contains gunpowder.
Correct.
You put the entire, you put that into the gun,
You put it into the magazine.
into
Yes.
the magazine.
Yes, sir.
And then what happens when you pull the trigger?
The firing pin on the weapon hits the primer on the shell, which ignites the gunpowder inside of the shell, which explodes and shoots the bullet out through the barrel.
So then it separates,
Correct.
and the bullet goes out through the barrel.
Correct.
What happens to the casing that's left in the weapon?
And this type of weapon, it's ejected from the weapon.
When you say ejected, like, is it shot out like the bullet, or is it something
No,
different?
the bullet will go straight out, the shell casing goes out to the side.
And so when, and how far approximately? I mean, does it go a mile, does it go feet? Like-
The shell casing or the
Yes.
bullet? The shell casing, maybe 10 feet, not far.
So if someone fires a weapon in a room 7 times, would you anticipate you would recover 7 shell casings from there if they were using a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes, sir.
Did you recover shell casings from that residence on Elkstone?
Yes, sir, we did.
How many?
7.
And that's those?
Correct. Plus, I believe there is a bullet, one spent copper bullet also.
And tell me, like, how that would happen.
Whenever the bullet, if it goes into a body or, and it exits the body, the bullet will be left at the scene.
So it would lose most of its velocity at that point,
Correct,
and you might find that.
correct.
Would it be unusual not to find all of the bullets that were fired?
Correct. The bullet could be left in the victim. The bullet could be in a wall that we can never recover. The bullet could fly, if it hit a window going outside the residence that we may never find again.
So if it went out the door was open and it went out the door,
Very unlikely we would never find that again.
I'm just gonna ask you to put those back in there.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask that be marked next exhibit, Judge.
Any objection?
No.
All right. We show the shell casing and spent round inside the apartment as exhibit 5.
I'm gonna ask you if you can identify this.
Yes, sir, I can.
And what is that?
This is the evidence that was collected by the ME from Mr. Perry's body.
So the medical examiner
Correct,
during the autopsy.
correct.
Perform an autopsy and collect evidence. The doctor, what does the doctor do with it?
They collect it for us, seal it up, and then turn it over to the police department.
And who went to the medical examiner's office to pick up the evidence that they collected?
I did.
And can you tell by those markings that that's what you picked up after they performed an autopsy on BRODUS Perry?
Yes, sir. There was, looks like hair, nail. There's a few other things here besides the bullets.
Okay. Judge, I'm gonna ask that be marked next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
Brenda, will that just be a cumulative evidence from the ME?
That's what I'm gonna ask that it be marked as. Yeah.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we'll show this evidence collected by the medical examiner from the victim's body as exhibit 6.
As part of the work you did on this case, Detective, or Lieutenant, I'm sorry, did you submit any items to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what items did you send them?
The items from the ME, I submitted the gun, I submitted the spent shell casings also.
Did you submit the bullet that was recovered as well from the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
So 7 spent shell casings and the bullet from the crime scene, 5 bullets from the ME and the Ruger.
Correct,
All of those were submitted to the TBI.
correct.
And what did you request that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations do with those items?
I wanted them to see if the bullet matched the weapon that we retrieved from the scene. I wanted to make sure that the shell casings that we retrieved came from the weapon that we retrieved from the scene.
Okay. And after they finished did they do the examination?
Yes, sir.
And after they finish their examination, what happens to them? Do you go pick the evidence back up, or?
It can either stay with the TBI until court, or we can go pick it up and put it back into our evidence.
And the items that have previously been marked, those are all the items that you sent to the TBI to be analyzed?
As I recall, yes, sir.
Did you try to determine where and when the Ruger that's been introduced into evidence was purchased and who purchased it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you able to do that?
Yes, sir, I was.
And tell us what you found out.
What we did was we submitted the make, model, and serial number to Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms for them to run a trace on the weapon to see when it was purchased and who purchased it.
And who purchased it?
It showed it was purchased by the defendant.
Is the defendant in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Can you point her out, please?
She's over here in the white coat and the glasses and the blue shirt.
Judge, for the record, he's indicated Ms. Daniel.
For the record, show the thing that's been identified.
Where did she purchase that?
It was purchased at a sporting goods store in Sherwood, Arkansas.
And were you able to obtain from that store a receipt of where she purchased it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you this? Ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did.
What is that?
This is a receipt showing that the defendant purchased a Ruger EC9 9mm handgun and a box of 9mm ultra target range ammo and a box of 9mm JHP Elite B Crown ammo.
And that's got a mark at the top. Is that a mark you got when that you made on it when you obtained that?
Correct. That shows the file number to my case.
Does it show when she made that purchase?
Yes, sir.
And what date did she make that purchase?
April 4th, 2019 at 4:37 p.m.
Does it show the last four of the credit card that she made that purchase with?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what are the last four of that credit card?
7571 to a Visa.
Judge, I'm going to ask that be made next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Will show, the gun purchase receipt as exhibit 7.
May I publish that for the jury, please?
Yes.
So is that what you just identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the top, Fort Thompson, is that the name of the sporting goods store?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's in Sherwood, Arkansas.
Correct.
Did you go to that store?
Yes, sir, I did.
How long did it take you to get there
It's about a 3-hour drive.
from Carterville?
Yes, sir.
And right under the word receipt, where it says 4/4/19, 4:37 and 07 seconds, that's the date and the time that she purchased that.
Correct.
It's got her name down there, Latoshia Daniels, with an address in Little Rock, Arkansas. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then right under there is RUG EC9S. What 9mm? What does that mean?
That is a Ruger EC9 9mm handgun.
And under the 22990 is a serial number?
Yes, 455-51219. Yes, sir.
And is that the same serial number as the Ruger that was previously entered in Houston evidence?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was Miss Daniels' car found at the scene at Elkstone?
Yes, it was.
Did you get a search warrant for that car?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you search it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Want to hand you something? Can you identify that?
Yes, sir. This is the credit card that I located inside the vehicle when I executed the search warrant.
And what are the last four on that credit card?
7571.
And is that the same last four of the credit card that was used to purchase the handgun that day in Sherwood, Arkansas?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I would ask that be made next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll show the credit card marked as exhibit 8.
When you went to Thompson Sporting Goods in Sherwood, did you inquire from the owner as to whether they had a video surveillance system in that store?
Yes, sir. The day before, if I may, I contacted the sporting goods store and told them what I was needing, and they sent me 4 still shots from a video of the defendant going in the store and purchasing it. And then several days later, I went to the store and actually got a thumb drive from the store of that video.
I want to play a video for you and ask you if you can identify. And I will say, before I play this, that in an attempt to be more efficient with the court and the jury's time, I've shortened the video and sped it up at certain points.
Okay.
And even put a little writing in there, I think you'll see, but I basically want you to tell me, is this at least portions of the video that you recovered from Thompson Sporting Goods in Sherwood?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I just may note for the record, although this may not be the appropriate witness for some of this evidence, in the spirit of judicial economy, we are not objecting to any of this being entered through this witness.
All right, thank you.
Well, she walked in all calm, cool, and collected. So I don't know if she was offered a plea. Sometimes if people are offered a plea, we'll know later. But no one, they haven't, you see her over there? They haven't mentioned if she was offered a plea deal or not. If she was offered a plea deal, she should have taken it. My quick take on this, when she shot the wife in the shoulder, that kind of sealed the deal. It's one thing to say she snapped and shot the husband, but another thing when the lady told her to go, leave, and she proceeded to shoot the wife. So I don't know. You guys comment down below. Tell me what you think about that. But she seems to be very much in her right frame of mind at this moment.
Detective Roberts, is that the video that you recovered from Johnson Sporting Goods?
Yes, sir, it was.
Because the owner is gonna be here tomorrow, but I'm moving now. I've put the entire video and then the kind of sped up clip both on the thumb drive, and I would ask that they be entered into evidence.
And again, with the same admonishment that we don't have an issue with it going in through this witness judicial economy. I was gonna agree with what she meant.
Okay. All right. Exhibit 9 will show the video from the purchase of the gun.
Let me hand you this picture. Can you identify that, please?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what is that?
This is the still shot that I received from the sporting goods, or they emailed me the day after I received the ATF filing information about the handgun.
And that, is that taken off the video?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I would ask that they mark next to
No objection.
Will show the still shot. The defendant walked in the store as exhibit 10.
May I publish that to the jury?
Yes.
And is that what you just identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you recognize that individual?
That's the defendant.
So you recognize that as being Latoshia Daniels?
Yes, I do.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have personally well.
Yes.
Is it Detective Roberts?
I'm a lieutenant now, sir.
Lieutenant Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Roberts. My name is Sergeant Moore. I represent Ms. Daniels, and I just probably have more than a few questions.
I understand.
You were the lead investigator in this case,
Correct.
and with that comes a huge responsibility,
Yes, sir.
correct? When you're a lead investigator in a case, particularly a case like this, you have an array of duties.
Correct.
And the first thing that you do is you get a call, and when you come to a crime scene, you have to secure that scene.
Yeah, usually the patrol officers have already secured the
Okay.
scene.
And once that scene has been secured, you make sure that it's been secured properly,
Correct.
correct? Then do you canvass the area to talk to witnesses, to see if anybody saw anything?
We do our best, yes, sir.
Okay. In this particular case, did you canvass the area or the apartment complex to see if there were any witnesses?
I do not recall if I did. There were two other detectives with me that assisted me with this case, but I do not remember particularly going door to door. There was only one other apartment next to Mrs. Perry's apartment there.
Okay. So the scene you arrived has been secured by the other officers, correct?
Correct.
Was Miss Perry or Mr. Perry's body still there, or had they been taken to the hospital?
No, they'd already been taken by ambulance.
And Ms. Daniels had been taken away as well?
Correct. The Perrys went to the Med, or now Regional 1, and the defendant went to Carville Baptist.
Okay. And so now your job is to secure the scene and collect evidence.
Correct.
And earlier, when Mr. McAlpine was talking to you, you started talking about some of the evidence that you gathered.
Correct.
In a case like this, once you started gathering evidence, you start kind of putting together the pieces to a puzzle.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, you didn't know Ms. Daniels, correct?
No,
You didn't know Mr. Perry.
no,
You didn't know Ms. Perry.
no,
You didn't know anything about who they were or their prior relationships.
I know nothing about this case.
Okay. So you come to the scene and you secure it.
Correct.
You start gathering and collecting evidence. And that's important because you have to secure that evidence so that it makes it to this courtroom for trials.
Correct.
And so you did that.
Correct.
Part of your responsibilities and duties as the lead investigator is you secure the scene. We've talked about that. You collect evidence. Mr. McAlpin has gone through what you secured, and you make sure that it gets to the appropriate parties.
Correct.
In this particular case, you sent the shell casings to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation,
Correct.
and you made sure that they got that and received it
Correct.
so that they could test it
Correct.
and make sure that it was fired from that weapon.
Correct.
Early on in your investigation, it was pretty obvious to you that this was Ms. Daniels had shot Mr. Perry. Is that correct?
That's what we understood.
Okay. And once you went to the sporting goods store in Arkansas, you saw where she had purchased that weapon.
Correct.
Correct? If I can show you what's already been marked as, I think exhibit number 10. I might be a little challenged. See it here. This is Miss Daniel entering the sporting goods store, Thompson Sporting Goods Store, correct?
Correct.
And she's only carrying her car keys.
As far as I can tell, yes, sir.
She's not carrying a purse.
I don't see a purse.
And at some point later on in the video, you see her purchase the weapon.
Correct.
And you said that happened at, according to the receipt, at 4:37.
According to the receipt, yes, sir.
Okay. And she leaves the sporting goods store.
Correct.
And-
Yes, sir.
And at some point, based on your investigation, she comes to Memphis
Yes, she does.
and goes downtown. How far is it from Sherwood to downtown?
2.5, 3 hours.
Okay. Because earlier you testified it was 3 hours to Collierville.
Yes, sir.
So about 2.5 hours would be.
That was my best guesstimate, yes.
And then another 30 minutes from downtown Memphis to Collierville.
Yes, sir.
And this all happened, the purchase was at 4:37,
Correct.
correct? And
According to the business.
And what was the time that you responded
I said it was
Around
late. It was maybe 11 o'clock or so.
11:37?
It could have been that, yes, sir.
Okay. And earlier, let's talk about, you testified that you went out to Miss Daniels' car and you retrieved a credit card.
No, that was several days later.
Okay, okay. Several days later, you went to her car and you retrieved a credit card.
Yeah, we towed her car to our secure lot
Okay,
and secured it and then obtained a search warrant to search it.
okay. And when you got that search warrant, you obtained the credit card,
Yes, sir.
correct? There was no purse in the car, correct?
No, sir.
And there was no purse in the still video
No, sir.
when she was at the sporting goods store?
I don't recall if there was there was a lot of stuff inside that car, but I don't recall a purse.
Now, getting back to your investigation, as this investigation kind of went on, you started to put the pieces to this puzzle together, and information came to you.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that came to you, you got a call from a Chriselle Marshall,
Yes.
and Miss Marshall told you about some videos that she was privy to on, was it an app called Marco Polo?
A social.
Social
Yeah.
media app called Marco Polo.
Correct.
And she, after you and her conversed for a while, she told you she knew BRODUS Perry, correct?
Correct.
And that they had met through this app.
Yes, I don't believe she ever physically met him. I believe it was just through the app only.
Okay. And at some point, she sent you some videos,
Correct.
and you secured those videos.
Correct.
You watched them,
Correct.
and you turned those over to the state of Tennessee.
I put them on CD and then I submitted them to evidence.
Okay. I can approach you.
Yes.
On my hands, you a thumb drive.
Thank you.
You recognize that?
This is the thumb drive y'all showed me earlier.
Okay. And on that thumb drive were those videos, or some of the videos from Marco Polo.
Yeah, there were quite a few that I reviewed.
And all of those weren't played in court, but there were about 30 videos on Marco Polo that were provided to you.
Yes, sir. Plus or minus. I don't remember exactly how many, but there are quite a few.
Okay. And you reviewed all of them?
Yes, as I recall. Yes, sir.
At some point, you also, let's talk about Tabitha Perry. You also interviewed Tabitha Perry, is that correct?
Myself and Detective Shirky did.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You didn't talk to her the night of the incident on
No,
April 4th?
No, she went straight to the med.
Okay. She came in and saw you the next day? Is that
Correct. I believe I talked to her on the telephone first and then she came in.
Okay. And she came in, was she alone or was she with them?
No, she was with family members.
Okay. Did she have two other people with her, pastors?
It could have been. I knew she had other support staff with her, or support people with her.
Okay. Was Pastor Pointer one of the people?
It could have been. I'm sorry, I do not recall who all was with her.
Okay. And at some point you talked to her,
Correct.
and she didn't know, at this time, you didn't have any information about these Marco Polo videos.
At that time, no.
Okay. But she was very surprised or didn't know anything about a relationship between you and Miss Daniel.
Let me just jump in real quick. Marco Polo, just imagine like a group chat where you're texting in the group chat. Marco Polo is, instead of texting, you're videoing. So it's not FaceTime where it's real time talking. I send you a message or I send 10 people in the group chat. We're all getting the same message and people are answering. So just as you might text a message back in the group chat, but the group chat is all video. That's Marco Polo. I'm going to be honest. I didn't even know people were still using Marco Polo. A couple of people messaged, but I guess, and I don't know how to use Snapchat very well, so I can't really relate it to Snapchat. But for me, it's just like a standard group chat in text, but rather than texting your messages, you're videoing your messages. So it's not real time. Like I can talk to you like I'm talking to you right now. I'm sending a message. I'm hitting send. You're looking at my message. You're sending me a message back. or however many people are in the group chat, and it's private. It's private in the sense that it encompasses the people that are in the chat. So if it's you and another person or you and 20 people, that's what it is. So sometimes people use it for walking clubs, book clubs. They use it for sex shenanigans like Mr. Brodus Perry was using for. Yeah. That's and then someone asked a question. They didn't know the backstory. The backstory is that the woman who's on trial right now, this lady right here, she killed this man right here. That was her boo for 2 years. The problem was he's married. He was married to a lady, and they were playing like sex domination games in a way. He was very kind of dominant, submissive. They had like a dom submissive type of thing going on where he had all kinds of toxic rules for her. It was weird. They were having an affair for quite a long period of time. Um, he and his wife decided to move out of state, not too far, but not in the same state. He decided it was a good time to break up with her. He broke up with her, and ma'am couldn't handle it, and she snapped and decided that she was going to take herself out. But before she decided to take herself out, she decided to go have a chat with him, and he told her to go to his apartment and wait for him there, which she did, and his wife was there, and he said, "Go talk to my wife." So she did. Little did he know she had a gun because she was planning to off herself, but turns out she goes to the apartment, she talks to the wife and her have a pleasant exchange pleasantries. The man gets there, he's very aloof, standoffish. It's time to go, it's late at night, and maybe she'd already made up in her mind that she was going to kill him. We don't really know. But at that moment, she shot him. So if you are just coming in, you want more of the backstory, go to the beginning of this episode. The first 15 minutes, I read probably within maybe minute number 7 to about 15 minutes. I read the probable cause affidavit, so you can get a lot of information from that. Furthermore, I would suggest go to day 1 and listen to the opening statements, and then you'll be super duper caught up. Okay. I'll drop the link to the playlist I created. So let's finish up this testimony because they're probably going to get ready. Well, it's only 11:15 right now in Memphis. So let's keep going so we don't fall too far behind. That way, when they take their lunch, we can take a little lunch break too.
Or Mr. Perry?
Correct.
You interviewed her about how she invited Ms. Daniels over. Invited her into the apartment.
Correct.
She talked to you about how they caught up,
Correct.
and then at some point, how Mr. Perry arrived.
Correct.
They talked for a while,
Yes.
and then at some point,
It's hearsay. I don't know.
I'm not getting to what was talked about.
All right, can we from?
Y'all just in time for a sidebar. This particular defense attorney, I don't know if he's just trying to be slick and smooth, but his questions are so, I'm just waiting for him to get to the punchline. I'm waiting for him to get to the punchline of, "Sir, what is your point?" She's like, "If y'all don't get back and handle your grown behinds appropriately."
Exhibit number 9, the flash drive of those videos.
Any objection from the staff?
No, ma'am.
We'll show that, the thumb drive, videos, is exhibit 11. Right, you can continue.
Now, again, Lieutenant Roberts, what I'm asking you were things that you learned through your investigation.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And you learned that at some point Mr. Perry came,
Correct.
and that at some point a shooting occurred.
Correct.
Correct. you didn't know any of the history or background between Mr. Perry and Ms. Daniels, correct?
Not until later in my investigation.
Okay. But when you were talking to Ms. Perry, interviewing her, you didn't know any of that information?
No, I did not.
And so, and that was very early on in your investigation?
It was like the next day or
Okay.
day after.
How long after you talked to Ms. Perry did you get a call from Ms. Marshall and get those Marco Polo videos? Do you remember?
Within a week.
Okay. Would those have been helpful had you had those prior to your interview?
Yes, it would have been nice to know.
Okay. If I can have a minute. Now, earlier I was asking you about your interview with Tabitha, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you and, was Officer Shirky?
Detective Sharkey.
Detective Shirky were present,
Correct.
and you couldn't remember who was in the interview room with
No,
Tabitha there?
No, I do not recall.
John, am I approaching with you?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you a transcript of
Sure.
that. You wanna just take a minute?
Sure.
Don't read it out loud, just
Okay.
read it.
Okay. Just this page alone.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
So just a little bit ago, I asked you about who was present during that interview, and you said you couldn't recall.
No, sir.
After reviewing the transcript, was there a pastor turning there from
Yes, sir.
Mississippi Boulevard?
Yes.
And a pastor pointed from
Yes, sir.
St. Mark's?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, it also led you to go to Little Rock, is that correct?
I did that all the same day. I went to the gun store and to Little Rock also.
Okay.
There's two close proximity.
Tell the jury where you went to in Little Rock.
There is a cigar store in Little Rock, and there's also a hotel in Little Rock that I went to in part of my investigation into this.
Okay, and when you went to do you remember the name of the cigar bar you went to?
Sons, something in Sons, it's Mr. Effeling's cigar store. It was
David Eflin
yes, sir.
and Gregory, you talked to both of them?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they own a cigar bar in Little Rock, correct?
Correct.
And that was the place that Pastor Perry, Brodus Perry's frequented?
Yes, sir.
And he also had a locker there, correct?
Correct.
And you went and you opened the locker?
Yeah, I had the staff open it for me.
Okay, and you retrieved a weapon from that locker?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Now, going back to your earlier investigation, I'm gonna flip back to when you got to the crime scene and it had been secured and you started gathering and collecting evidence. One of the things that you did is you got Mr. Perry's cell phone,
Correct.
correct? And at some point you tried to open it or get into the cell phone.
I believe we obtained search warrants, but I do not recall us ever getting information. I don't recall ever getting information from the phones.
Correct. You were never able to get any information
No.
out of his cell phone.
No,
His wife didn't have the code to it.
I don't recall that. I just know I don't remember getting information from his phones or one of the defendant's phones.
Okay. Now, also, when you were shown, or you were asked a series of questions by Mr. McAlpin about this weapon, correct?
The Ruger?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were asked questions about how to load, how to load bullets, how you put the bullets into the gun, correct?
Correct.
How you use the slide,
Correct.
correct? And one of the questions he asked you was, in order to get the bullet in the chamber, you have to pull the slide back, correct?
Correct, and then release it.
Okay. And when you retrieved that gun, there were bullets in the chamber there, but there wasn't one in the slide.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember whether the slide was open or closed?
As I recall, it was made safe, so the slide would have, as I recall, the slide was back.
Okay. But you weren't at the crime, you weren't at the scene of any of this, and you couldn't tell the jury how that gun was at the time of the shooting or shortly thereafter?
No, sir, it was sitting on, I believe it's a coffee table or a table right inside the kitchen area there.
Okay.
It was rendered safe.
Now, part of what you did when you secured the crime scene is you started talking to the other officers that were there,
Correct.
correct? And at some point you found out that Ms. Daniels had been shot with a non-lethal, or non-lethal force had been used.
Correct.
Okay. You also found out that she had made attempts to, or point a gun at her chest, head, or mouth, correct?
That was the information given to me.
Okay. And in your training, you all are trained as officers to, you have a continuum of deadly force training, correct?
We have a force continuum.
Force continuum.
Yes.
And from, on one extreme is less lethal force,
Correct.
all the way to the other extreme of deadly force.
Correct.
And it's based on the situation, the officers are trained to use their instinct, their observations, as to what type of force is to be used, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you found out, or you came to know that the least lethal force had been used,
Correct.
that at some point, they attempted less lethal force, that the gun had misfired.
I believe they had one shotgun that misfired twice.
Another rifle was obtained.
Another shotgun.
And another shot was taken.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going back to your interview with Ms. Perry at the time,
Okay.
Tabitha Perry.
Yes.
You also found out that she had been shot.
Correct.
And you also found out that she didn't believe Ms. Daniels had tried to shoot her.
I don't recall that. I recall Mrs. Perry telling me that she tried to cover her husband to protect him, and that the defendant shot her. I don't recall her saying she didn't think that Ms. Daniels had shot her.
If I can have a minute, right?
I don't recall that. Your Honor, may I have some water? Thank you, ma'am.
While she locates that for me, or did you want to take a minute?
No, I'm fine.
You also learned that during this exchange between Ms. Daniels at the end right before the shooting or shortly after the shooting when she made the statement, he broke my heart. He broke my heart.
Yes, sir, that was put in my affidavit. Yes, sir.
I can approach the witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just take a minute.
Sure.
to do that. I know it's been a while since you,
6 years.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You had a chance, Lieutenant Roberts, to refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And so I'll ask the question again. When you were questioning Ms. Perry, you found out that she didn't believe Ms. Daniels was trying to shoot her, correct?
I believe she was trying to shoot her husband again.
And not her?
Correct.
Correct. I can have it. I'll pass it with you.
Read and read.
No question.
Okay, you better sit down.
Thank you.
Anybody need a break? Yours? Attorneys and need a break? All right, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Watts.
Cool, sir. Stand here. Okay, good. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may have a seat, sir. All right, you may have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Detective Jonathan, Jonathan, Watts, Watts,
And where are you employed?
with the Carterville Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Collierville Police Department?
just over 20 years.
And what positions have you held?
I started as a patrol officer and now as a detective in the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. As a part of your duties, do you take pictures of crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to take you back to April 4th of 2019. Do you recall taking pictures of a crime scene on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that crime scene on Elkstone Place in Collierville?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Is that an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what happened when you responded there?
I was asked to come help process the crime scene in regards to a shooting scene where 2 individuals had been shot.
When you say process, what does that all entail?
So for me that day was photographing the crime scene, Usually processing will be photographing, collecting evidence, things of that nature.
Okay. And where did you take pictures of?
Took pictures as we entered the apartment complex, the apartment where the incident occurred, and where the suspect's vehicle was in the parking lot.
Okay. I'm gonna pass you some pictures, Detective Woods. If you could just take a look at these.
Yes, ma'am.
And after you look at them, if you could tell us if you recognize those pictures.
Yes, ma'am.
And do those pictures accurately depict the scene at the time you responded?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And are those the pictures that,
Can you speak up?
yes.
All right, thank you.
So do those pictures accurately depict the scene when you responded?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the pictures that you took of the scene?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Your Honor, if we could have these photos of the crime scene entered as a collective exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll show the photos from the crime scene, collective exhibit 12.
And Your Honor, once they are numbered, may I get published to the jury?
Yes.
Detective Watts, could you tell us what is in this photo?
So that is the, identifying the two apartments that are upstairs in that apartment complex as you approach the building itself.
And what about this photo?
That would be the stairwell leading up to the two apartments upstairs.
Okay. So when you arrived at the apartment, at which apartment complex did you respond to? Was it the one on the right or the left?
So when you go upstairs, it's to the right.
Do you recall what's in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. Those are photographs of the less lethal munitions.
Okay, the 12 gauges?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see right here?
That would be the ends of those less lethal munitions.
Okay. So same evidence, just photographed from a different angle.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And what do we see in this photo?
That would be the entrance to the apartment number 205 where the incident occurred as it was seen on my arrival.
Okay. And do you see this area on the wall?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what that is?
There's blood.
And this picture right here?
Yes, ma'am. That's from the doorway entering into the apartment complex.
Okay. So just a close-up of the last picture we just saw.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you see this area behind the door?
Yes,
What is-
ma'am.
What's on the wall right there?
There's blood there.
And this area that's kind of next to the rug on the right-hand side, do you know what's all in this area?
Yes, ma'am. There was some, like a shoe and some clothing and a lot of blood as well.
And what is this a photo of?
A photo of the handgun where it was laying.
Do you recall what brand of firearm that was?
I believe it was a Ruger handgun.
I believe this photo has already been admitted to evidence. But did you take this photo as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this the same firearm that was found on the coffee table?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And could you read that serial number for us really quick?
Yes, it's 455-51219.
And what is this a picture of?
That's a picture of the magazine with
That-
with ammunition in it.
was that also on the coffee table next to the Ruger?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's shown next to placard 1?
That is a spent shell casing.
Okay. And was that the area that you previously described next to the shoe on the ground?
That was as soon as you enter into the apartment. It was right there. Yes, ma'am.
And what's next to placard 2?
It is another spent shell casing.
Okay. And where is this area? Is this near a wall?
But that was, I believe, behind the door. The open door, if you were to close it, it was behind the door.
Oh, behind the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Placard 3, could you tell us what's shown in this?
That is a mangled round that had been fired.
Do you know what area of the home this was found in?
I believe that was right in front of the doors on the right there, where that heavy amount of blood was.
Placard 5,
That's a spent shell casing, or a spent round.
okay. And is that a door frame that it's next to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that near the entrance of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Placard 6, what's shown here?
Is another spent shell casing.
And this was inside the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does this photograph show?
The suspect vehicle.
And if you could describe to us what kind of vehicle this is?
I believe a Toyota silver in color or sedan.
And what about this?
That is also of the vehicle, just from the different angle.
Okay. Did you execute a search warrant on this vehicle, or did you just take pictures?
I just took pictures of it.
Okay. And so, once you took the photographs of the crime scene and the suspect vehicle, what did you do with them?
With the photos,
Yes.
I submitted them into evidence.
So did you do anything else pertaining to this investigation?
The evidence that was brought back, I photographed that in the lab, and then all the pictures were submitted.
This is
No, sir.
solely
Sir.
Team. And McNamara, we're going to testimony.
Good afternoon. Is it Detective Watts?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Detective Watts. I'm Martha Horn. I just have a few questions. It may take me a minute. I'm a little challenged with this technology. But you were called to the scene after it had been secured, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And your job was solely to take pictures.
Yes, sir.
You didn't talk to any witnesses.
No, sir.
You didn't see anything the night of the shooting.
As far as what occurred in the, no,
Correct.
sir.
You weren't there when officers first arrived.
No, sir.
You didn't interview any witnesses.
No, sir.
You strictly just took photographs.
Yes, sir.
You were just given an exhibit with all of the photographs that you had taken, correct?
It was many of the photographs, not all.
And you took photographs of the entire apartment, correct?
Correct.
I think I got it this time. Here it comes. Can y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
That was actually one.
Hey guys, that was kind of a weird transition. I'm going to pivot back to Court TV. It was just weird. So just to make sure we didn't miss anything, Let's just go to court TV real quick. This is where it was like a second ago. And this is the district attorney asking some questions. This is the DA, the prosecutors asking about this particular vehicle. Did you execute a search warrant, or did you just take photos? And he said he just took photos. And then let's pick up from here because that was a weird transition. And then all of a sudden, the defense attorney was asking. So let's
I
just
just took pictures of it.
okay.
And so, once you took the photographs of the crime scene and the suspect vehicle, what did you do with them?
With the photos,
Yes.
I submitted them into evidence.
So did you do anything else pertaining to this investigation?
The evidence that was brought back, I photographed that in the lab, and then all the pictures were submitted.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
It's awful. It's a very interesting hairstyle, like to wake up and do that every day.
Good afternoon. Is it Detective Watts?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Detective Watts, I'm Arthur Horn. I just have a few questions. It may take me a little challenge with this technology. But you were called to the scene after it had been secured, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And your job was solely to take pictures?
Yes, sir.
You didn't talk to any witnesses?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything the night of the shooting?
As far as what occurred in the, no,
Correct.
sir.
You weren't there when officers first arrived?
No, sir.
You didn't interview any witnesses?
No, sir.
You strictly just took photographs?
Yes, sir.
You were just given an exhibit with all of the photographs that you had taken, correct?
It was many of the photographs, not all.
And you took photographs of the entire apartment, correct?
Correct.
I think I got it this time. Here it comes. Can y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
That was actually one of the bedrooms.
Correct.
Correct. Was that the guest bedroom?
I'm not sure if it's a guest bedroom. It's a bedroom inside the residence, yes.
Okay. That was one of the photographs you took.
Correct. Yes, sir.
That was the sort of living room area in the apartment, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And right here on the table was the gun that had been cleared.
Correct. Yes, sir.
You photographed it after it had been cleared, but you didn't photograph it after the initial shooting.
Correct.
So you wouldn't have known whether the slide was pulled back or not pulled back.
No, sir. It's photographed in the way it was found when I arrived.
Would that have helped you in any way in your job to know that?
As far as if it was cleared or if
the
it was,
slide had been pulled back or?
I mean, with them telling us it was cleared, it's going to be pulled back and locked out.
Okay. You also photographed another weapon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you knew, that was the weapon of the homeowners?
Yes, sir. It was in the other bedroom under the nightstand.
Okay. And that was the weapon you photographed?
Correct, yes, sir.
This was also another view of that living area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you took a photograph of that?
Yes, sir.
This is the doorway. Is that where they came in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you took a photograph of that, and the doorway entered right into the kitchen area, is that correct?
Correct. There's kind of a small hallway straight into the kitchen.
Okay. This would have been another photograph that you took of the living area from just a different angle.
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, earlier when you testified about the weapon, is this where it was found?
Yes, sir.
That,
Yes, sir, that other one in the box. Mhm.
and then again, when you all photograph the weapons, you a lot of times try to get the serial number, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And in this particular case, you just photographed that it was a Glock 42.
That's just on that side. The serial number would have been either underneath or on the other side.
And then again, these were just the vehicles in the parking lot outside that apartment.
Correct.
So, again, just so we're clear, your job in this particular case was to do nothing other than take photographs.
Yes, sir.
Nothing else was done. You didn't interview any witnesses. You didn't talk to any witnesses. You weren't there that night.
Correct.
And all you can add, other than today, is that you took the photographs.
Yes, sir.
If I can have them here. Oh, excuse me. If I could have you review those. I guess he's reviewed them, Young.
Yes.
If I can move those into evidence.
Any objection?
There's not. I do want to take a look at one of them after their report.
If you see them.
No further questions.
We'll show that this holistic exhibit of the photos of the crime scene, number 13. Second set of pictures. So, that's the second set of crime scene photos. State.
I have a couple of more questions.
Yes.
So Detective Watts, I'm gonna go back to this photograph that you took of the other firearm. And you said that it was found underneath the nightstand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as depicted here, it's in a box?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, excuse me, Ms. Whit, if you could speak up.
Yes.
Like you're trying to reach the back of the room.
I'll repeat my question. So the firearm that you previously talked about that was in the bedroom, it was underneath the nightstand, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it was in a box, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this the same firearm that was in that box underneath the nightstand?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. From your view of it, is it loaded?
At that point, I can't tell.
Okay. What are the two items on the right side of the firearm?
Magazines.
Okay, so they are not in the gun.
They are not in the gun.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Recross.
Just briefly, Your Honor. She just showed you a picture of that weapon with the clips on the side.
Yes, sir.
When you got to the scene, you weren't sure whether that gun had been cleared, correct?
The gun on the table?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And the gun under the nightstand?
Had not been cleared.
That had not been cleared?
No, sir.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to show you was, does that refresh your recollection as to the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And was that where that weapon was found, under the nightstand in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could have this picture moved into, thank you.
Well, there's a photo of the bedroom in the Exhibit 14.
Oh, yes. And no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
Does anyone need a break? I think it's a good time to take a break, so we're gonna take about a 10-minute break, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We'll show order recess for 10 minutes.
We'll stand in brief recess, Jury, leave your pen and pad in the chair. Follow me.
It's just her look for me. I feel like Latasha is giving, she could actually get up from the table, throw a shoulder bag, and walk out and no one's going to notice. Like, she has such a look right now. I mean, they just really need to keep an eye, because we already know at the hospital she tried to escape. She could really like, she's giving something from like a spy movie, and that she's going to like disappear in 5 seconds. And she got this little white jacket on. It's just giving very much like, I'm concerned. And then look at the over the shoulder gaze. Hold on. She's getting ready to give us another look. Wait. I wonder if she's just very aware of the cameras. Hold on. Let's watch as she's watching them leave. Girl, she's not getting, it's going to be bad for her. Fran is not letting the wig. No, the wig is like all of a sudden a character. The wig needs a case. I think Kathy bought charges against the wig. Ah! Hey girl. This is what you wanted. Hey girl, we're here for your big day. Baby, you shouldn't have done it. You should have called me. You could have called me in 2019. I would have told you, girl, don't do it. Don't do it. That was bad. I wonder how she felt seeing the video. Girl, oh, unethical slut. That's the book. Gosh, I'm afraid to Google the book. I don't even want that in my search history, but I'm going to do it for you guys. I'm sure it's on Amazon. Is it? It's Ethical Slut. Hold on. I got to now. I said I wasn't going to do it, but hell, why not? Okay, let's see. See how quickly it happens? Let's see. Ethical Slut. Who wrote this book? I want to know. Ethical Slut is a book by Denise Easton and Janet Hardy. Let's read a little bit on Wikipedia. The Ethical Slut is a self-help book about non-monogamy, written by Dossie Easton and Janet Hardy. In the book, Easton and Hardy discuss non-monogamy as a concept in practice and explore sexual practices and common challenges in non-monogamous relationships. The book, first published in 1997 by Greenery Press, okay, which Hardy founded under the title The Ethical Slut, A Guide to Intimate Sexual Possibilities. Hardy used the pseudonym Catherine A. Liz in the first edition. Revised and updated editions were published 2009 to 2017, with updated subtitles. The Ethical Slut is widely read by non-monogamous, polyamorous people. More than 200,000 copies have been sold, and the book has been analyzed and reviewed in an academic context. The Ethical Slut is a guide to intimate sexual possibilities, was written by, the second edition, titled Ethical Slut, A Practice in Polyamory, Open Relationships, and Other Adventures, was published in 2009. The third edition was published in 2017. Here we go. In the first section of the book, titled Welcome, is a overview of non-monogamy as a concept. In this section, Easton and Hardy define slut as a person of any gender who has the courage to lead life according to a radical proposition that sex is nice and pleasure is good for you, and encourage the reader to embrace and explore their desires. They state that an ethical slut must care for and communicate to their partner or partners regarding the degree of commitment in any given relationship and discuss other relevant values and ethics. They also note that non-monogamy is not a new phenomenon. The second section, titled The Practice of Sluthood, argues against thinking of intimacy and love as a scarce resource in a starvation economy. The authors suggest that the mindset is the cause of fear and possessiveness in relationships. They also discuss boundaries and jealousy. The third section is titled Navigating Challenges. In this section, Easton and Hardy discuss strategies for dealing with jealousy and insecurity as a conflict resolution. They already describe difficulties in non-monogamous people may have with the government, including legal, health issues, as well as parenting. The fourth and final section, Sluts in Love, focus on the sexual practices in non-monogamy. Topics include swinging, open relationships, the status of single people in non-monogamy, and group sex. The authors also advocate, this is a adult topic today, so if you're there's nobody under 18 watching, but these are some adult topics. So if this makes you uncomfortable, this section might not be for you. But baby, this is some juice. You Googled it for research. Me too, Kat. Look, I think part of being smart is gaining knowledge every day. So sometimes it comes from unexpected places. This is information I did not need, but since I am tasked with leading this conversation, I did it for Bougie Gang. I did it for y'all. Okay. So I had to look it up. Okay. All right. Sluts in Love, in case you didn't know, includes swinging, open relationships, the status of single people in non-monogamy, and group sex. Okay. The authors also advocate that people should be clear about their desires during sex. And I didn't know sex was so complicated. I mean, it's got its level of complexity anyway, but just do you imagine making your life so complex? And discuss methods of finding sexual and relationship partners. It's too much. It sounds like too much work for me. I couldn't do it just from a standpoint. It's just too much work. Period. It's awful. The Ethical Slut has become widely used resource for non-monogamous people, sometimes referred to as the Poly Bible. Okay, Poly Bible. The 2001 analysis of sexual politics and continuum described the ethical slut as operating within the entirely different paradigm compared to common sexual liberation efforts of the 80s, which had focused on the pursuit of scientific knowledge to support their arguments. Instead, the authors argue that Easton and Hardy incorporate a major shift in relocation of subjective sexual truth from fixed sexual identities. It sounds like something that was written on mushrooms. I don't know, mushrooms and hallucinogenics. Um, okay, interesting, very interesting. Sounds very complicated and lots of work. Yeah, it's very complicated. Yeah, can you believe that? The pastor with the Poly Bible, okay? Anyway, okay, let's see if we're caught up. Okay, Miss Ma'am looking at us over the shoulder. Okay. Let's see. Y'all, we used our 10 minutes. We learned something new. Passel was a busy man. He had a gun collection. He had a locker at the cigar bar. He was out on a evening. Like, they didn't even have kids, right? So you're out for the evening without your wife at the cigar bar? Like, what do you just go to work? Like, what do you need a break from? It's not like you got a house full of kids and dogs and cats and this and that. It's a honeymoon period between you and your wife. You don't have any kids at the house and you're not home. What's going on? You gotta be, look, there's nothing wrong with having outside interests from your relationship. However, if your interests within your relationship take you outside of your relationship a lot, that's a concern. Girl, he was tending to he was flocking. He was flocking the flock. Mm-mm-mm. He was doing way too much. Okay, let's see. Girl, once that DA starts walking in front of the camera, we know it's coming back soon. Okay. Yeah. So someone said they hope that the group chat comes through. Thanks again, Jackson Tabasco, for gifting some memberships to friends. I appreciate that so much. The people, so this is that not an interesting, okay, so number one, a friend said, can we they hope that the group chat shows up to testify. Me too. That's number one. Number two, oh, what was the other thing I was gonna say? He had a collection of women. I wonder if I wonder if there's anyone else that he was sleeping with at the time. There had to be. He had the locker at the cigar bar with the church's money. He was tending to the sheep, all right. Oh gosh. Here comes the judge. Look, you're gonna only be able to look for shenanigans for so long before you get exposed. All right, guys, I'm going back on mute.
You're gonna call Ray Palladino.
Come on with, sir. Come this way. Come on with me, sir. We'll stand here.
Yes, sir.
Face the judge, raise your right hand.
You swear and affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat, sir. Proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name and spell it for the court report?
Sure.
please?
Raymond, Raymond, last name Palladino, Palladino.
You live in Memphis, Mr. Palladino?
I do not.
Where do you live?
I live in Cabot, Arkansas.
What is your occupation?
I am the general manager of Fort Thompson Sporting Goods in Sherwood, Arkansas.
And how far is Sherwood, Arkansas from Memphis, Tennessee?
Depending on Interstate 40, roughly 2.5 hours.
You drove it this morning?
I did, yes, sir.
Thanks for being here for us.
Sure.
Tell me about Fort Thompson Sporting Goods. What kind of store is that?
Well, we do a lot of hunting, we sell a lot of hunting stuff, firearms, we do the shooting sports stuff. No fishing, but mainly just the hunting and the.
So hunting
shooting
clothes,
sports. You
anything to
betcha.
do with hunting?
You betcha.
Okay.
Firearms, ammo, yeah, everything.
Tell me a little bit about kind of the process you have to do to keep records when you sell a firearm to someone.
So when you sell a firearm, you do a background check. It's called a 4473. That's just a number they give it. We have to keep those sheets in our possession as long as we have that FFL number, which means your federal firearms license number. So we have thousands of them.
So someone would have to provide you some suitable form of identification before they could purchase a firearm from you.
Correct. It has to be a state-issued photo ID.
Do you recall being contacted by Detective Chris Roberts from the Collierville Police Department sometime early April of 2019?
I do, yes, sir.
What was he asking you about?
He was asking when she came in, the firearm she had purchased, did we have video in the store, which we did, and we do. And if he could have copies of that and come pick it up from us.
And so I think you already answered my question. You do have video in the store.
Oh, yes, yes, sir.
Were you able to locate the sale that he was inquiring about?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide him a receipt?
Yes,
that
sir.
was
Yes.
from that purchase? Did you provide him the video of the individual who purchased the firearm that he was inquiring about?
We did, yes, sir.
Let me hand you, this has previously been marked as Exhibit 7. I just want to ask you if that is the receipt that you in fact gave to Detective Roberts.
That is it.
And so that receipt shows a lot of things, doesn't it?
Correct, yes, sir.
It shows the individual who purchased it.
Correct.
It shows the date and time they purchased it,
It does.
which was what?
That was 4/4/19. The time was 4:37 p.m.
And it shows who purchased it.
Correct.
What was the name of the individual that purchased it?
Latoshia Daniels?
And does it also show anything specific about that handgun?
Well, they'll tell you the model and the serial number on our receipts.
Tell me about a serial number. What is that?
So every firearm has a serial number, and there is never supposed to be a duplicate. So if this is a number, it's that firearm, and it can be traced forever.
I'm going to hand you what's also been previously marked in exhibit and ask you to look in that box and identify that.
And that is a Ruger EC9S 9mm.
Can you tell me, with both the receipt and the firearm in your hand, if that is the firearm that was sold by that receipt?
I can. You turn it over here so you don't ever point a firearm. There it is right there. 219. This is it, yes, sir.
So you can confirm based on that information that Latoshia Daniels purchased that firearm on April the 4th of 2019 at 4:37 PM from your store in Sherwood, Arkansas?
Correct, 100%.
One more thing I want you to look at. When Detective Roberts initially contacted you, did you take some still shots from your store video surveillance system?
Correct. Our IT gentleman did, Steve.
And is that one of the still shots that you provided to Detective Roberts?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what you're looking at, it's already been published, but that did come from your store at that time.
100%, yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Palladino.
Good afternoon.
Had to make sure.
Yes.
I just have a couple of questions for you, okay? This 4473 that you talked about, can you tell me a little bit more about what that is?
So what it is the background check. First of all, you have to have a state picture ID issued. You fill out the background check. We run it through, it's called a NIC system, all right, which is a National Tracing Center background check. And you get proceeded, or you may get delayed, or you may get denied, or what have you. And if you're proceeded, that means you are legally to buy a firearm in our state of Arkansas.
And that means no felony convictions, no domestic violence convictions, things like that?
Correct. There's a number of questions on that sheet that you have to answer yes or no to, and it's very well detailed.
Now, with it being very well detailed and having to go through this process, how long does that process normally take in store?
So it normally takes the customer roughly 7, 8, sometimes a little longer to fill out the sheet. We immediately sit down at the computer and put it in the database. Now, a lot of times you'll see common last names, Smith, Brown, Johnson. You know, it may take a little longer for that to clear because there's a lot of us, a lot of us. So, but there's some that come back instant. Some may take 10, 15, 20. I've seen it take an hour, hour and a half to come back.
And you didn't actually help Miss Daniels in the store that day, right?
I did not.
So you don't know how long her background check took?
I don't.
But based on what you saw in the video, you see that she got proceeded.
Yes, 100%, yes, ma'am.
Which means she provided your store a state-issued ID, and she passed a background check.
That's right, yes, ma'am.
So she was authorized to purchase a firearm.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about your store for just a second, okay? You have a wide variety of firearms.
We do, yes, ma'am.
You have handguns,
We do.
you have long guns,
We do.
everything from teeny tiny little, those little itty bitty guns that you see,
Yes.
all the way up to rifles.
Yes, you bet, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And is it fair to say that guns vary widely in size?
Yes, they do.
Is it fair to say that guns vary widely in weight?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that guns vary widely in price?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Guns can be really
They
expensive.
can get very expensive.
What do you think is the most expensive gun that you have in the store?
Probably now, roughly, and I could be off, but we have a BRODUS shotgun in there that's around $6,000.
Whoa. What do you think is the least expensive gun that you have in there?
We have probably a .22 revolver that ranges in the close to 2 upper ones.
Okay, and the .22, that's going to be typically less expensive than a 9mm.
Correct, in most cases, yes, ma'am. Not all, but most.
9mm, what do they usually start around?
Roughly mid-2s, and you can go up to $4,000 or $5,000 depending on if it's a customer.
And when you have them displayed in your store, do you have them up on the wall or do you have them in a case?
They're on the wall.
Okay, and so you have the gun itself and the price.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So when you're shopping, if you said, I want a gun this much money, you could pick that up on the wall.
Yeah, I may ask, what are you looking for and what kind of price range, and then we can go from there.
Do you recall having that gun in stock? Do you still have it in stock?
That one, I think we still have some. The model's kind of switched up over the years, but yeah.
Do you recall having a purple version of that?
We have had a purple, yes.
And the purple version was more expensive than that one, right?
It maybe was somewhat, yes.
Now the receipt, I want to talk to you about that quickly. I think you've still got it up there.
Mm-hmm.
The time you indicated was at 4:37 p.m.
Correct.
And all of the information that you have on that receipt matches Miss Daniels, right? She didn't give a false ID or anything
No,
like
ma'am.
that. And that's 4:37 p.m. Central Time.
Central Standard Time, yes.
And it took you about 2.5 hours to get down to 201 Poplar today.
Roughly, yes, ma'am.
Okay. About that particular gun, if you would mind opening it up
Sure.
for me. When we talked about the fact that guns vary significantly in size and weight,
Correct.
if you wouldn't mind just picking that one up.
Mm-hmm.
That is a smaller handgun, right?
Correct.
It is a lighter handgun.
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Well, your lunch is almost here, so we're gonna take a break for lunch, and then we'll reconvene this afternoon. So I'm gonna show you excuse for lunch. We're still not ready to discuss the case, okay? So, we'll see you back this afternoon. All right, show court in recess.
Court stands in recess. Jury, leave your pen and pad in the chair and follow me.
How long are we taking for lunch? Okay, so it's 12:15, so probably say an hour. Who thinks at this moment, maybe I'll just put up a poll that we can answer over lunchtime. Who thinks Latoshia is going to take the stand in her defense? I wonder if she's one of those that she thinks that she can really articulate to the people why. I wonder if she thinks that she can give us some understanding why she was over to those people's house and she thought it was a good idea to go talk to that man's wife and went and purchased a gun and all of the things. And what happened as she was exchanging pleasantries when Sir got to the house. She's talking to the wife for 30 minutes and you were fine. And then for 10 minutes, he's straight up and down dissing you. And then you're like, well, it's getting late. It's time to go. And now all of a sudden you're mad. She wrote 2 books. Wait, she wrote 2 books since her arrest. She'll testify. Baby. Okay. Does she have any social media accounts? I don't know, girl. I'm gonna have to go look. She's been locked up on and off for a minute. So we'll see. We'll see. Child, I hope not, but I watch. Girl, that's gonna be good. I don't know that they're gonna have this gonna be like a long case. What do you guys think? She needs to take the stand or she's gonna be locked up. They won't let me out. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna be it's gonna not be good. Either way, I feel like this is my thing. If I were on the jury, which I'd be kicked off by now anyway, because I've already made up my mind. But if I were on the jury, I would have a hard time trying to understand what made you shoot the wife. This nice lady with a red lip, you know what I'm saying? You're over at her house with her husband, the audacity, right? Fit mom, get out of my head. The audacity, okay? You're over in my apartment. You're running my time for 30 minutes. My husband gets home. He rebuffs you, acting very, there's a big look. Do you see how he looks here and how he looks here? They said he had braces too, y'all. Anybody who's still in the braces struggle, don't take this personally. Why he looks like I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Uh, she wouldn't get out the way. Oh, the lady wouldn't get out the way. That's why she got shot. But she's at her house. Who says you got to get out the way at your house? If you're at your house and some lady who's trying to get with your husband and mad because he broke her heart, it's like I'm thinking to myself, he broke your heart, but you're at my house. You're at my house. You think you got rights to my husband, and you got the nerve to shoot him and me and tell and utter he broke your heart? Ma'am, you need help. I'm not saying she didn't have her feelings hurt and her heart wasn't broken, but ma'am, her utter lack of regard, I guess, is matched by his lack of regard for his relationship, because he had no regard for his relationship either. So how can we really expect her to have a higher regard for the woman when she's opted in to this fantasy role play that they're dealing with? Because remember, she was under commands to not speak. When she was in his company, she had to strip down naked. There were all of these rules. She was under his control, right? I don't know. Strange. My friend from Memphis, hold on. My friend from Memphis just texted me. She said she was called for jury duty. They released her because her husband was pow pow in the line of duty, and she couldn't be biased. Oh, she could not she had a bias, or she couldn't be open. Dear Black Jesus, please let her take the stand. You know what I'm saying? Girl, please wait. Dear defense team, we the people need to hear directly from the defendant. There's a certain chat that is a very good predictor of outcomes of verdicts. You might want to study this little known think tank on a YouTube channel called Real Talk Bougie. We get the verdicts right every time. Okay. We need Latoshia to sit in the box so we can adequately predict the outcome. Okay. Go ahead and type it out. Dear defense team. No, where's my I don't have my keyboard sound effect on this one, but I do have the bongos. Okay. Let's see. 85% that she will take the stand. I am feeling the stand. If she, you guys know this. Not taking the stand is almost like a guaranteed, sis. I hope you're already packed, because they're sending you off. Yeah, they're going to they want to hear from you. I think the people that don't take the stand are the liars. The people that were caught red-handed, but they're still maintaining their innocence, and they feel like if they be quiet, that they have some miracle public defender who's going to give them reasonable doubt, and some way they're going to Jedi mind trick the jury. But the people who are still a little bit delusional will get on the stand, and then they start talking too much and they trip themselves up. Yeah, They're not in the bushes, they're in the gallery. Did you see her family waving to her? Hold on a second. Let me go. Kathy, did you see that? It was so funny. She went to her arraignment and she had a family member in there waving and blowing her kisses. Hold on. This is in 2019, you guys. Hold on. You guys are going to die. Let's look. Hold on. This is 2019, almost what day? When is this? Let's see. What's the date? The date is April 23rd. So this is approximately like 19 days after she killed the Rev. Okay. We'll just talk over it because you can barely hear anyway. But she's over here, and then there's a lady right around this part. Hold on. Kathy, you're going to die when you see this. Hold on. You're going to just die laughing. Hold on. Hopefully this is the right one. Oh, there was a lady. This might not be the one. There were a couple. I was looking for all of her arraignments. This might not be the one. I might have to find the other one. Okay, hold on. Let me find the right one. She it had to be whoever it was somebody, girl. They were blowing her kisses, and then she gives kind of like a little like, "Hey, I'm shackled, but I'm wanting to wave." Hold on. She gave like a half high because she had her fisticuffs on. Okay. Notice the lady right here in the blue. Look. Kathy. Oh God. Is this going to make the wrap up? Okay. So here, this is old. What's the date on this one? Is this the same? Because everybody looks the same. This is May 14th. You see the person in the blue? Hold on. Ah! Kathy, look.
The other charges. Aggravated assault on retail, escape and resisting arrest.
You got your lawyer. You got them over. The judge is over there talking about aggravated assault, murder, da. And then you got time to be accepting blown kisses. Girl, it's the blowing the kiss for me. Maybe that's her sister. I would blow my sister a kiss too, but baby, I would try to be more discreet. Girl, you got this. You got it. Okay. Hey, girl. Hey. What is her I don't know. I don't think they filed an insanity. So the thing is with Shelby County, you can see the docket, and I did look at the register of actions. I did go to back to Sirius again. Okay, so I did go to Shelby County. I did review the register of actions, basically the docket. I did not see any. Okay, so this is a reminder, if your hair is not freshly braided and you go to court and there's camera crews, somebody is going to be shady and focus in that you need a rebraid. Okay. Why did they get all up in? Why did he use her braids to calibrate the focus? Did you guys catch that? The register of actions did not show any filing of like some sort of insanity, kind of like I didn't see anything regarding any kind of mental health issues. I don't know that you put in for a insanity defense or anything like that. She might just say she snapped. I'm not really sure. Um, I know that there's some states where you have to actually file, like, this is going to be a domestic violence, this is going to be an insanity defense, like what they do in Florida. I didn't see anything like that. I don't know if she's just trying to justify a crime of passion even. I would be mad to know that they zeroed in on my hair like that, but what can you do? Oh, thank you, dear. You're so sweet. Um, girl, digmatization. Okay. Okay. It's manslaughter by digmatized. I don't think that still doesn't get you jail time though. I think it just puts you in a different area of cuckoo crazy. So, ma'am, ma'am really doesn't have much of an excuse. How do we know that she sent her to the house? How do we know that he sent her to the house? Well, that's a good question, sensible creations. How do we know? Um, Now all of a sudden she's crying. What's wrong?
You may have a short, brief, yes, to give it a time.
Oh, they're having her sign some papers. Okay. How do we know? That's her version of the story, according to her defense attorneys. I'm going to be honest. If her hair is still in this state, I think it would have looked just fine. It looks so much better to me than this creepy wig, but I feel, you know, I don't know. I feel like the locks dressed in a nice high bun or French twist or something. I mean, I felt like her locks looked fine. But it's also been many years since this occurred, so we don't really know what her locks are doing. So I guess maybe they just, like we talked about earlier, maybe they just felt like, let's put a wig on it. For in the wig is her shield. She's using that as like a cloak of confidentiality. She's using that as her as her as her invisible cloak. Like, if I can't see you, you can't see me. She's hiding. Okay. It's her helmet of salvation. Would you stop it? Wow. Her wig's name is Tasha. Ah, little Tasha. It's Latasha and Lil Tasha. It's her cloak of invisibility. You know how, like, some what is it, does Harry Potter have that cloak and then he goes invisible? Girl, it's something. It's that girl, that wig is her superpower. Sir, why are you all up in the camera? Listen, let's be nosy. You have my card? Do you have my card? Just to be safe. Okay, you got my card? You got my card just to be safe. If I had to be at court and if I had to be at court by summons and the lawyer that's there to help me says, just to be safe, do you have my card? Baby, I would be darting for the parking deck so quick. I would be like, I'm out. Call me. Just put me, I'm not in attendance today. Ms. Bougie Gang is not here today. Is there something that you need, Your Honor? Because she is at the house. She wasn't available today. She had other appointments. Catch the lawyer talking to the lady all up in the camera. Girl, that made me nervous. Okay, let's do this. Let's pivot, y'all. So I'm gonna have to do entertain. I'm doing the full entertainment lunchtime show. Okay. How many times are we gonna watch them zoom in on Latasha in the box? Okay. All right. Hold on a second. Let's find the initial news story when this story broke.
I know Miss Ruth and she's in there a lot. Councilman, now I'll approach just a moment, please.
Okay, here it comes.
Social worker charged in the deadly shooting of a Memphis pastor now moves to a Shelby County grand jury. 39-year-old Latosha Daniels is accused of killing BRODUS Berry in front of his wife last month in what investigators believe is a love triangle gone sour. Local 24 News reporter Brad BRODUS is live outside the courtroom for us tonight. Brad?
Richard BRODUS Perry's wife, who was also shot but survived, was set to testify here at today's Latosha Daniels preliminary hearing. But in a surprise twist, Daniels' legal team waived that preliminary hearing, setting up for a grand jury to consider sometime later this year. Now, Latosha Daniels, again, heavily emotional, wiping tears again today in the courtroom. Investigators said last month, Daniels, a certified anger management specialist, drove from Little Rock, Arkansas to the Collierville apartment complex where BRODUS Perry and his wife Tabitha lived. According to the affidavit, Perry's wife said Daniels said, "You broke my heart," while she shot the Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church executive pastor several times. Records show Daniels was a member of the pastor's former church in Arkansas and worked with him at a nonprofit organization.
I'm not at liberty to go into the case at all, other than to say that we've decided not to have a preliminary hearing. Hearing is not a trial, it's a probable cause hearing, and it was just not in our interest to ask for the hearing, and the state agreed.
Latosha Daniels will remain in jail without bond. Her attorney said the grand jury is expected to take up the case sometime in the next 3 to 4 months. As her last court appearance, Latosha Daniels had more than a dozen family members and supporters in the courtroom. They declined comment, leaving this courthouse afterwards. Reporting live in Collierville, Brad BRODUS, Local 24 News.
Hold on a second. Is this, oh man. Just a second.
Of an Arkansas social worker charged in the deadly shooting of a Memphis pastor. Now,
that's not it.
Of an Arkansas social worker charged in the deadly shooting of a Memphis pastor. We are learning new information tonight about what led up to last week's murder of a pastor at Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. Good evening, I'm Richard Ransom.
And I'm Katina Rankin. Police reports scanner traffic and friends of Pastor BRODUS Perry show a scorned mistress from Little Rock drove to Collierville over the man she loved. Local 24 News reporter Rebecca Butcher live with tonight's top story. Rebecca, you're reporting there from Collierville.
Yeah, Katina, well, that suspect, Latosha Daniels, she's expected here in Collierville Town Court tomorrow morning. We got a chance to speak today to a friend of the now deceased Pastor Perry. She went to Florida A&M University with him several years ago. She told me that the news today was hard to believe. That's a Collierville cop after arriving Thursday night at the Meridian Park Apartments. Executive Pastor BRODUS Perry was dying from 3 gunshot wounds. His wife was shot in the shoulder, and Latosha Daniels was holding a gun. We contacted one of Pastor Perry's friends in Florida.
I was, really sad, and I was like, not BRODUS. I'm like, he just moved. Like, didn't he just move to a new city? And
the couple did just move to Collierville from Little Rock. That's where Perry's wife now tells police she and her husband knew Daniels from and never suspected an affair until Thursday night. She says as Daniels showed up, had a short visit, began to leave, she grabbed her gun and started firing, shouting, "You broke my heart."
it appeared that they were from what the lady shared, that they had a relationship. And so I would say healing has to take place for the young lady who committed the crime, and also for the wife.
Records show Daniels, a certified anger management specialist, was a member of Pastor Perry's former church in Little Rock. The two also worked together at a nonprofit.
And this was such a dramatic situation. And for her to find out this information or whatever this lady is saying while her husband is being killed, I could imagine how that, may feel.
And Daniels is expected here in court tomorrow. That's at 8 o'clock. She's being held without bond right now on murder charges. We're live tonight in Collierville. I'm Rebecca Butcher, Local 24 News.
Rebecca.
Of an Arkansas social worker.
Hold on.
All right, continuing coverage for you now this morning as a church community continues to heal. The woman accused of killing Memphis pastor BRODUS Perry will make her first court appearance later today.
Latosha Daniels is facing several charges this morning, including murder in Collierville late Thursday night. Investigators are now looking into a possible love affair that turned sour. Local 24 News reporter Dave Detling live outside Perry's Church, Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. This is in Midtown Memphis. And Dave has more on how the congregation is coping through all this. Dave.
Hey, good morning. Well, the message we're hearing is that they are leaning on each other for support and asking for continued prayers for those affected by this tragedy. Now, this comes as we're learning that the suspect involved in this deadly shooting, according to police, shouted out, "You broke my heart," as she shot the pastor this past Thursday. Now, that suspect, as we've reported, has been identified as 39-year-old Latosha Daniels. She'll be in court in Collierville for her arraignment at 8 this morning. Now, as for her relationship with Pastor BRODUS Perry, this is what we know. Records show Daniels, who's a certified anger management specialist, was a member of Pastor Perry's former church in Little Rock, Arkansas, and worked with him at a nonprofit. As for the possibility of a love affair, investigators are looking into that angle. This after the pastor's wife, who was also shot, revealed Daniels yelled, "You broke my heart," multiple times while firing her weapon Thursday. Local 24 News spoke to a close friend who lives in Florida. The possibility of an affair on everyone's mind.
And this was such a dramatic situation. And for her to find out this information or whatever this lady is saying while her husband is being killed, I could imagine how that, may feel.
Again, Daniels will be in court in Collierville at 8 this morning. She faces a number of charges, including first-degree murder as well as resisting arrest. We will have a crew in the courtroom to bring you the latest throughout the morning. We're live in Midtown Memphis this morning. Dave Detling, Good Day Memphis.
Okay, hold on a second. Pastor's wife kills. Okay. All right, I just saw something before that I was kind of like, what was that? And I put it to the side, but I still hadn't had a chance to preview it before we go to it. So let's just entertain it for a second. What was this about? Let's see.
Live from the local station, News 4 Jax starts now.
Does this have anything to do with anything? Sheriff Daniels makes first X. Okay, this is not. Okay. Let's get back off of that. That's a whole different set of shenanigans. Okay. All right, you guys.
Of an Arkansas social worker.
Let me do some searching real quick. I'm gonna put y'all down for what is this one? Oh, she pleads.
A Fox 16 News update now. An Arkansas woman accused of murdering a Tennessee pastor is fighting the charges against her. Today, Latoshia Daniels pleaded not guilty.
Daniels is accused of killing Memphis area pastor BRODUS Perry and injuring his wife late last week, but she was not in the courtroom today. Fox 16's Ali Herrera explains why.
Moments after entering a not guilty plea for his client, 39-year-old Latoshia Daniels, attorney Leslie Ballin told us he meant it.
We are taking it slowly. We are taking this professionally, and we're going to do what needs to be done.
Daniels was expected to make her first court appearance Tuesday. Ballin says his client didn't because he hadn't seen her and she was in a holding area. The licensed social worker is accused of killing 36-year-old pastor BRODUS Perry and shooting his wife in the shoulder. According to police records, Daniels shot them at the Meridian Park Apartments Thursday night. Documents show she said, quote, "You broke my heart," while shooting Perry. Daniels is also facing charges after she tried to escape police custody and assaulted an officer.
The criminal court process is new to this family and to our client.
According to state records, Daniels was licensed as a social worker in 2012. The Psychology Today website says she specializes in anger management and domestic violence. Ballin says his team may be asking for a bond hearing in the coming weeks.
There's a lot of fact finding that Ms. Rue and I and our staff will need to do. And we will report back to the court on April 23rd.
The Arkansas Social Work Licensing Board says it is aware of the charges against Daniels and will likely not take any action against her as long as she remains in custody. If Daniels is found guilty, she would lose her license.
We are finally hearing from the senior pastor of Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church about the recent passing of Pastor BRODUS Perry. Reverend Dr. J. Lawrence Turner talked about Perry's passing with his congregation this morning.
Not only have we experienced the death of BRODUS Perry to violence, but the rumors swelling around his murder leave us shocked and shaken. To those of you who are wondering, how could this happen? How could this happen within our safe and loving church community? To those of you in particular who came to know him as I did during the 5 months he was at Mississippi Boulevard, I want to say I'm heavy-hearted because of your pain.
Pastor Turner also mentioned church leadership will be reviewing the church's hiring practices moving forward, and grief counselors are still available for any church member.
Girl, I want to see that. Mississippi Boulevard. Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. Let's see. Where is everybody? What's everybody having for lunch? Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. Let's see if we can find it. Okay. And we are looking for BRODUS Perry. Did they do his funeral there? Gosh, this is like years and years ago now. I know they were mad they had to deal with that. I'm assuming they may have just had a private funeral somewhere with no... The allegations are, though, that his former pastor was aware of some of his improprieties, but I can't verify that. I don't know that to be true or not, but that was some gossip, that was some word on the street, so I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if it was this congregation or some other. Wow, they're very active on their social media. Hold on a second. Let me go back to the top. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. I wouldn't have wanted to. I mean, it's just at this point, it's a conflict of interest. You know, his like I said, he fell out of line of his calling. He was not aligned with the calling. He disrespected the church, like that physical body, specifically his calling, his wife. It's a bad combination altogether. And a specific church doesn't have to accept your funeral. And they probably just felt like we can't, not that we're not supporting, not that we don't love you, but we're not gonna do your funeral here. It's too much. Hey boo, how are you? Okay. So I wonder, I'm sure he had a funeral, right? Where it was, we don't know. Let's see. Not that we want to watch his funeral service, but I wanted to see where this particular pastor had some words about Sir, that particular service. Let's see. So I guess he felt like he had to address it at some point. Nope. Okay. Now I looked up to see if I could find Latoshia's social media. Any of you guys who are searching, if you find it, let me know. I haven't been able to find it. So if you're just now coming in, we are on pause right now from the trial. They are out to lunch and we've been on pause now probably for about 15-20 minutes, maybe. What time was it? Girl, I don't even remember. Could it be 30 minutes already? Did we spend that much talking to you? Like time just flies talking to everybody. It's just the time for me that goes so fast. Yeah, I don't see much. It's not giving. Look, if the wife had anything to do with kind of trying to not have a footprint of negativity, she did a good job because it's kind of hard to find. It's kind of hard to find things. Not to say it doesn't exist. I'm just not immediately seeing it. Mm-mm. Okay. Okay, you guys, let me see, what time was it when we first, I was about to say, I'm gonna take like a little comfort 5 minutes and let the dogs out, make a snack, and reconvene. What time? It was like, we may have been on hold now for almost 45 minutes. Isn't that crazy? Time went so fast. Um, So yeah, I'll be back in like 10 minutes and then we'll talk a little bit more because court's going to be coming back by, I think, if they're on break for an hour, then they should be coming back, I would say, in about 25 minutes. So let's just go back here while we are waiting on our friends at Court TV to come back. Does anybody want to call in? I'll drop the call in when I come back. I'm gonna make myself a little lunch snack and take a comfort break. And I'll come back and then I'll drop the call in. Anybody who wants to call in for a minute and say hi, tell us your thoughts. Oh, and I didn't put up the poll yet. What's the poll? We're doing a poll. Is she going to take the stand? Will Latasha Daniels take the stand? We all know what that means. Will Latasha Daniels, with an S, take the stand? Absolutely. Or hecky nah. Okay. You guys are going to like these. Okay, here we go. Will Latasha Daniels take the stand? Absolutely. Hecky nah. She better, but I don't know. Okay. You think it's too early to tell if she's going to take the stand? I don't know. She needs to. There's nothing that is refuted in this. I mean, there's no reasonable doubt. Like, not to, okay. There's nothing that's making me feel like, oh, that was a good reason why she shot someone in their own house as you are exiting and seemed to have a extended pleasant conversation for 30 minutes. And then when he got there, you had another 10 minutes of conversation. You said that you were getting ready to go. There was never anything like, well, you finally got here. We were supposed to talk about this, that, and the third. Like, it just bottled up energy. Not to say that can't be a valid reason, but there's nothing that's been said that's not like, okay, yeah, you killed him. Okay, you went to the man's house. Oh, somebody asked a question earlier. How do we know he sent her to the apartment? We don't know. According to her, and her lawyers repeated it, according to Latasha, he sent her to the house. He gave her the address. She didn't know it otherwise. I mean, would it be safe to say that he possibly gave her the address? Who else would have given her the address? Would someone else have stepped up in this time to say that they gave her the address? Possibly. So I don't really know, but that's a good question. We don't know that for sure. I find it interesting for them to say they were never able to break into their phones. You know what I mean? Even with search warrants, they weren't able to cell-brite those phones. Even now, 6 years later, with modern technology, they still have not been able to break those phones. That's interesting. So the Marco Polos that they got were all from the chat group. Addresses aren't hard to find. I agree. but apartments sometimes are. You know what I mean? Like when you have a deed, or I don't know, sometimes I feel like people, like if you live in an apartment, it's less likely. I don't know. But you're right, Ebony. Addresses are I would say they're relatively easy to find if you know how to search. Everyone is not a good researcher. A jealous, thirsty girlfriend absolutely has all powers. I'm sure she knew everything. So, mm, 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 mm. Okay, let's see. Are you guys voting? You guys are voting. Well, not many of you. We have 261. Some people might just have us on hold on lunch. 46 votes so far. Will Latasha take the stand? It's almost like okay, so it's fluctuating between 39 and 40%. Absolutely. 23, 24, hecky nah. 39%. She better, but I don't know. Okay. Collierville PD is like Andy Griffin. So like a little small town type situation. Jay Breezy, you should have came to my house. I made chili yesterday. Farah asked for chili and I made it. And that's what happened. Oh, you know what? Okay. Okay, you guys, I'm going to put you guys on comfort break hold and I will be back. I'll be back. Okay. But we're on the screen. So as soon as they come back from break, we're going to go straight into it. So, okay. I'll be back. Hello, friends. I did not forget about you. Can you believe it? Time goes so fast. I guess they must take 2 hours for break. What do you guys think? Okay, let me drop. Okay, poll 157 votes, 158 votes so far, 38% saying absolutely she's going to take the stand. I hope so. I can't wait. And absolutely, will Latasha Daniels take the stand? Bougie Gang is never wrong. And 40% of you guys say absolutely, 26% say hecky nah, and 34% are saying she better, but I don't know. So we're gonna just let that ride for another little bit. They must be taking 2 hours for lunch. So all right, let me drop the call in. Who wants to call in? You don't have to show your face. Just does anybody have a thought or two on this topic? Who thinks that Latasha snapped? She deserves to go home. Who thinks Latasha needs to go home right now? Enough is enough. She had a terrible boyfriend. He was gaslighting her, and she is justified in her homicide. And even though she sat up there and shot the innocent wife who knew nothing in the shoulder, she really needs to just go home. Enough is enough, Judge. Let her go home. Free her now. Who thinks that? Or lock her up, throw away the key. She's a weirdo. She's like Jody. Something is wrong with her. Who thinks? Okay, who thinks she was right? Who thinks she was wrong? Throw away the key. What do you think? Let's see on the Memphis channel, see if there is the Memphis channel on. Okay, the Memphis channel is back on the medallion. Sign me up. Or have they been on the medallion? Let's see. No, she should have just busted his car windows. Yeah, like everybody else. Just bust the windows out his car. Okay? And left, but since she didn't let her do that, girl, shackle shuffle. Yeah, it's bad. We got to also think about, even though he was dead wrong, literally, and I don't, no pun intended, he is someone's husband, which I don't know that ma'am Tabitha, after she found out everything, cared, but that is someone's son and brother and all of those things, which he didn't have a regard for those people. Also, we have to remember that we have to carry ourselves in a way that's befitting of these relationships that we have. And even though he was not acting like a solid gentleman out here, someone who's has a wife and who should respect, he still had a family that loved him, I'm assuming. So she didn't have any right to kill him. No matter how much of a jerk all of the things that he was. Yeah. Period. Absolutely. I agree, because girl, I wouldn't be here right now, I'm sure. You know what I'm saying? So, um, absolutely. So I totally agree. Real happy. That was such a good song, wasn't it, Bible Lady? This judge has good lunches, okay? She might have said 2 hours, but I didn't hear it. All right, I'm gonna leave this on the medallion for a minute. Let's see what else you guys are saying. I just sent you a clip regarding another trial. It's Delvin Michaels. That lady is bonkers too. Let's see. Oh my. I feel like I know about this. I know about her. Appeared in court on Thursday for her sentencing after she pled guilty to decapitating the father of her children and disposing of his head in the trash. Before she was sentenced, Michael spoke to the court and claimed that she was innocent and could prove it. So then didn't the judge slash medical doctor, no, I'm just kidding. Didn't the judge then throw out her guilty? Because if you're guilty, why are you saying that you're innocent? Michael spoke to the court and claimed that she was innocent and could prove it. The judge interrupted her, stating that she was addressing the state. The judge later allowed her to exit her plea. So, yeah, I remember this. Yeah. I have to get caught up on what's going on with that, but she's certified. She's certified with it. Yeah. Yes, I remember. Yes. And Jake, we didn't talk about Jake, but Jake and his guilty. I mean, no, you know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like, okay, yeah, let's talk about Jake. We already knew what we knew. God bless little baby Emmanuel Haro, but in the name of Jesus, we knew something was wrong when we saw his mother and the mother telling us that Fugazi story. The story was absolutely incredible and wasn't based in fact. So we knew something had happened to the poor little baby. So Jake confessing wasn't really a shocker. Am I wrong here? Sadly it wasn't a shocker because nobody believed you guys anyway. You know what I'm saying? So period. This story was interesting here. The former news anchor who took out her mom, absolutely nuts. There's a bunch of stories that we have to talk about, but it's like, where do we find the time? There's so many, but they'll all go to trial one day, so we'll end up talking to them, whether it's when it's in the headlines for when it just happened, or rather when it goes to trial, we'll end up talking about it at some point. Where's the picture from today? Let me go let the Okay, 176 votes. Okay, you guys are starting to roll back in. We'll give it some more time. I'm on the Memphis channel and I'm on the Court TV channel. Nothing is happening yet. They might be getting a 2-hour break. Right now is about the 1.5 hour mark. So they should be coming back pretty soon. And yes, if you're here and you have not hit the thumbs up yet, please hit the thumbs up. If you want to enter the chat, just subscribe. It's any duration. Subscribe, support the channel by subscribing, setting your notifications. It's a free way to support, and it's definitely much appreciated. Okay, you guys, I'm going to put you guys back on mute for a bit. I'll be back. I'm just checking in here and there. Okay. I'll be back in a few. Okay, guys, Court TV is back on the medallion, so let's get back to it. Did I turn the chat off some type of way? Did I turn that off? Oh, there you guys are. There is your honorable judge. I hope that everybody enjoyed their lunch break, their comfort break. Loud, yes. I'm sorry, honey. So sorry. Welcome back, everybody. I hope that you had a nice lunch. If you fell asleep during this lunch break, this is not part of your dream. This is the reality that we are almost back with day 2 of Tennessee versus Latasha Daniels, the side chick murder trial, also known as You Broke My Heart trial. Okay. We're back for day 2 in a Shelby County, Memphis courtroom where we are hearing the case against Latasha Daniels for the murder of BRODUS, which I thought it was BRODUS, but BRODUS Perry, the freak nasty pastor who wanted to consciously, ethically be non-monogamous and required his women to read Ethical Slut as reading material. It's the Bible of polyamory and swinger type culture. And that's where we're at right now. Okay. Okay. No problem. It's coming back, guys. Y'all. The state seal of Tennessee is interesting, is it not? Welcome back. Welcome back. If you're new coming in, welcome, welcome, welcome. Make sure to hit the thumbs up. Subscribe if you'd like to chat. I feel like they should be coming back momentarily. Saw the judge milling around, so they might just be waiting on some jurors to show up. They might want to consider buying lunch so the jurors can be in the vicinity rather than get caught up at Wendy's and everywhere else. Keep in mind, this is the same community where recently there was a situation with a pastor who was killed at a bar. Okay. There's a woman named Samantha Marion who she wasn't having an affair with the gentleman, but it was some sort of chance meeting and they got into some religious dispute and he was shot in a bar. Let me think of his name. Was it Ricky Floyd? Ricky Floyd. That happened not too well. maybe it's been this year in 2025, but that case has not completely progressed. But Samantha did get indicted. I did a few stories on it, so we'll get to that to not muddy the waters. It's a completely different situation, albeit though a pastor killed. Let's fix that against alleged affair with. Yeah, about 7, 8 months ago that happened. Yeah, I think we're getting ready to come back. Okay, the judge is going to have to let people know. It might not be the jury's fault, so let me not put too much on that, but it's like, look, you guys have ample lunchtime. We need everyone to be back on time, or maybe they're arguing something. We don't really know. So I'm not going to put too much conjecture, but my lord, we the people are waiting patiently for some more tea. Hello? Oh, Memphis time. I didn't know. I didn't know. Okay. I'm gonna have to learn about Memphis time. I have not been to Memphis. I live in the Charlotte area. I have not been to Memphis, Tennessee. I would love to. Let me see how far it is. That might be a spot we go to this summer. It's not too far. You know what? It's almost like going to New Jersey, though. We'd have to go. My God. It's a good drive, though. I'm just looking at that. I'm like, wow. So either the routes, if you're driving, it's like Knoxville. So after leaving Charlotte, you go to Asheville. After you cross through North Carolina mountains, then I guess you would go the original way that it initially said was Atlanta to Birmingham to Memphis. But then there's another way that I think it's like Nashville. Okay, that's like, okay, if we have a whole week off to just meander through the mountains from North Carolina and a few national parks, then we could just like stop in all of these places. I've heard Pigeon Forge is cute with the Dollywood. That might be like a cute little road trip type of thing. A friend of mine, they go to Pigeon Forge. They go to the Grand something all the time. I think both ways probably would be interesting. I mean, we've been to Atlanta plenty of times, but going one way and then come back the other way because it seems like they're both the same distances. It would just be something to do. Like road trip. Tennessee is big. Oh, really? That's nice. Okay. Girl, really and truly, when I saw how far it was, and there's no like straight route across, maybe because of the mountains, because you have to go out of the way both ways. You can't just drive straight across, so it seems. Because if you drew a straight line across the borders, like if you just drew a straight line from Memphis to Charlotte, it probably wouldn't even be as far, but you have to almost, it's like half a football. Like you kind of have to drive a little out of the way rather than straight across, or maybe it's just back roads. Maybe they're not highways. They might just be like secondary roads. So it's going to take you a long time. Yeah, because when I'm clicking on these like secondary roads, it's giving like 20 hours. It's like, okay. So yeah, it's one of those where it might just be like, oh yeah, we'll be there in 45 minutes on the plane. It's a 1 hour plane ride. This has got to be either somebody's late, maybe the next witness is late. That's a possibility. But yesterday they were 5 hours delayed. So you know what I'm saying? It is big. North Carolina's low key big too. It's not even low key big, it's high key big. Um, but North Carolina it's a good drive. I was surprised to see it's 600 miles. That was how many miles it would take me from door to door to go visit my parents in New Jersey. I wouldn't have thought Tennessee would be that far, but it's kind of like the way you have to drive it makes it far. From Memphis to Nashville. Nashville's up here. So you guys aren't far. If you guys are all up in that area, you guys are not far from Charlotte at all. I'm 3 hours from Atlanta. Atlanta is like a good nap in the car. Like you get driving, you get the music, especially if someone's driving and you can take a nice good nap, and then next thing you know, it's like we're almost there. 10 hours is like us driving to Orlando. I think we're almost back, y'all. I'm going to have to insert numerous chapters. Hopefully, people know on the replay. You can just skip. You don't have to listen to us talk about lunch or going from Charlotte to Memphis. Let's check the poll real quick. 214 votes later. Guess what? Will Latasha Daniels take the stand? Bougie Gang wants to know. 39% holding strong. That 39% at this moment feel like abso-freaking-lutely she's taking the stand. 26% said hecky nah. And 35% are just not sure. Okay. So. Oh, you're so, oh, Keonce. Hey, boo. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. I mean, this will be over by 5. Well, it's Central Time, right? 6:00. It's okay. Look, I'm here. This case is interesting. If this case is nothing but interesting, baby, it's interesting to me. So I'm here. I got y'all. You know, I love a good trial. I just could not last week. I could not get into Alicia Andrews, Fulio. Now, when maybe the guys come through, not because she's a female or anything like that, I just wasn't really into it, and I already knew she was going to jail. Sis was silly. That was just on some. Okay, and you really want us to believe that? Like, come on, sis. And also, there are people who go to jail just for wrong place, wrong time. So at the end of the day, it could have just been a wrong place, wrong time, but you're going down. Like it period. If you were not involved and they really felt like you were not involved and you were clueless, you've got the advantage of being a young lady. If the police really felt like you were not involved and maybe you were cooperative, you would be home right now. What it tells me is that you were not cooperative and they had enough to bring a case. They're not going to just prosecute you on we're mad because you didn't cooperate. They had something, you didn't cooperate, you didn't come forward, and they had enough to build a case around that. And they're going to just make an example for anyone else who wants to be stupid and hang around with a bunch of guys who are up to no good, a bunch of gangsters, and you say you have nothing to do with it. You might want to clear your calendar of certain types of people. So at the end of the day, it was also a message sent for the young ladies. This can happen to you, because if they really didn't have anything, then they didn't have anything, but they had something. They had enough circumstantial evidence for her to be in the midst, for her to be prosecuted. And if she would have maybe came through on a proffer, she might be home right now, but she also might be very much in danger. So I guess you have to figure out, but I guess she should have thought about that years ago before she got involved with that guy. Yeah. It was interesting. I watched a little bit here and there, but I just wasn't like committed to clearing my calendar of just making sure I'm like at the house, button seat all day, talking to you guys, moderating the feed and all of that stuff. I wasn't in that interested, but I peeped in here and there what was going on. So well, good. If she stands a chance, good. Oh, because of mistakes that were made, there were some technical errors. It's like, did everybody come back late from lunch? Are the witnesses not there? Like, what's going on? I don't think they're still at lunch. I think they're waiting my assumption is that either there's a late juror or there is a witness that they're waiting for. I don't know. I'm going to be honest. Maybe there was an emergency. Not an emergency in the building per se, but they came back from and allowed the courts, they're on the medallion. We saw the judge walking back and forth a little bit. They turned the mics on a couple of times for a few seconds, but it's either giving someone's late, someone's not accounted for. I don't know that they're still at lunch per se, but we're not at lunch. We're just waiting. We're just waiting. So back to Alicia Andrews. I watched the opening statements. I watched over and over again that video I saw the checking into the Airbnb, I guess, situation. I guess some things with the Airbnb. Um, maybe feel like it was some footage from the Airbnb. I'm not sure. Ring camera footage. I saw lots of video. I saw them going, the night of the murder. Obviously the arrests. I was dipping in here and there. I just wasn't like, I was watching, but I wasn't like it wasn't getting my full attention. So, yeah. There's just other stuff going. It says that they're still at lunch, but they're not. I think they're you know what? Let me not say that. I don't know. But it's been 2.5 hours, right? I should have shut it down and started a new one, but I guess we'll be all right. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Absolutely. I know because Court TV is member only, right? So it's like you can't even talk to each other on now. I'm sure I don't know who else is streaming, but yeah, Court TV is member only chat. Absolutely. Okay, you guys, I'm going to go back on mute for a minute. But I'm around. I'm going to go tend to my dogs real quick, let them go out for a minute. And looks now, when we see the district attorney walk by, no, I keep saying district attorney, the prosecutor. When we see the prosecutor walk by, that usually he's going back to his seat. I feel like this is giving us a good 2.5 hours more of testimony because Memphis is on Central Time. So it's roughly 2:30. If they're going to go till 5:00, we should have at least another good 2 hours of testimony. I did see the verdict and it wasn't giving. This is what I mean. I think if you ever want to watch like the tables turn on the prosecutors, there's a case that I have. It's Michael Jackson Bolanos out of Detroit. You guys know I talk about this case all the time. That was such an interesting case. And they really were going to send this guy to jail for the rest of his life for killing this lady. And the evidence they had was it was like a big bucket of shit. It was very flimsy, and his lawyers were so good. The main thing that Michael Jackson Bolanos did, he was out breaking into cars. He happened to have the unfortunate luck of breaking into cars the night that someone came to kill a very prominent lady from the Jewish community who was she wasn't a rabbi, I don't think, but she was someone who had a position within her synagogue, and she had, she was known in the Jewish community. She might have been a rabbi. I could be wrong. She was a spiritual person in the Jewish community and well known. She was a very nice looking woman in her 30s to 40s. She was dating, she was single, and she had a very weird boyfriend who I think needed to be questioned much, 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 much further. But anyway, this guy, Michael Jackson Bolanos, was out and about robbing and stealing in the neighborhood, and he happened to be caught out there while this particular situation occurred. I think he even came across her body, and he was getting ready to take the rap for it, but there was no DNA. There was nothing that really put him there other than the fact that I think maybe, I don't know if he touched the body or not, but he was very adamant that it was not him. I think it was the boyfriend too. The boyfriend had a freaking nervous breakdown. He was on all kinds of psychedelics and weird shit. He actually confessed to the crime and then said, I want to take it back. I mean, it was bizarre. But it was like towards the end, the guy, Michael Jackson Bolanos, his lawyers were so freaking good. His lawyers were amazing. It was like, if you ever want to watch a trial that's like it's exciting, this was actually exciting towards the end because it was like, he didn't do it. Oh my God, what are you doing? Like every witness was like, are you serious? This guy didn't do it. It was good. And he basically was exonerated. But the judge, why she was so pissed, I don't know. But on it, basically, and the lawyer, his lawyer was excellent. His lawyer, when they came back with the verdict, basically based on the verdict, it was like it was an acquittal. It was an acquittal on the murder, and which means double jeopardy. You can't come back. On top of that, they basically just gave him lying to a police officer, but they gave him the damn max on lying to a police officer. So he ended up having to take the hit. But the lesson is don't be outside robbing and stealing from people's vehicles. You know what I'm saying? Because that night you did that, you stumbled across this murder and look at all this trouble you've been in. That's not his fault per se, but you know, being outside in that set of circumstances didn't give him favor. It didn't do him any favors, but you know, his lawyers were amazing. His lawyers were so good. That was an excellent trial. Just from like just a court watcher standpoint, really, really, really good. Okay, finally, are we back? Girl, my gift to gab was tested on today. I had to come up with all kinds of cute conversation for you guys. On Central Standard Time. Hey, Miss Dana. Hey, boo. Welcome, welcome, welcome to everybody. If you recently came from Kathy's channel, I appreciate Kathy so much for sending you over. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And looks like we're back in court, y'all. Looks like lunch is finally over. Okay, let's get back into it. Can we get the next witness, please, Judge? This judge seems to be a very patient lady, but it's definitely giving. Don't try her. I'm really getting a feel that don't try this woman because she will go off. She's the type that if she's mad, she's going to be scary mad. But she looks so pleasant and nice, but she's not looking happy right now.
Your Honor, the jurors are in the courtroom.
You may be seated. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. All right, state you may call your next witness.
Dr. Eric Curry, Your Honor.
Hey, Doctor.
stand up.
Swear affirm to tell the whole truth. I do. Right now.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you state your name and spell it for the court reporter and the jury, please?
Dr. Erica Curry, ERICACURRY.
And Dr. Curry, are you a licensed medical doctor?
I am.
In what state?
Tennessee, Arkansas, New Mexico, Texas, Illinois previously, and those are the ones I can think of right now.
Okay. And how long have you been a medical doctor?
For going on 14 years. Well, in forensic pathology. I graduated medical school in 2005, 2005, and technically I was a medical doctor then, so if you want to say 20 years, but in forensic pathology, 14 years.
And that was, do you specialize in any particular field of medicine?
Yes, so my first specialization was in pathology, which is commonly known as the study of disease. So we're probably commonly known as the doctors that if you go get something taken out during surgery or biopsy, and they say they send it to the lab for the doctor to look at, that's us as pathologists. So after receiving specialization and board certification in pathology, and then I received certification in forensic pathology, which is basically doing autopsies to determine the cause of death, meaning why somebody died and the manner of death, which we have 5 categories of.
And approximately how many autopsies have you done during your career?
About greater than 2,200.
Have you testified as an expert in courts in Tennessee prior to this?
Yes.
Other states as well?
No, just primarily Tennessee.
Just primarily Tennessee. Do you know how many times approximately?
Greater than 50.
Your Honor, the state moves that Dr. Curry be declared an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Your Honor.
Would declare Dr. Erica Curry as the expert in the field of forensic pathology.
On April 5th of 2019, where were you employed?
At the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center, also known as the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office.
And did you perform an autopsy that day on an individual named BRODUS Perry?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what an autopsy is, kind of what's involved and what the purpose of an autopsy is?
So if someone is deemed what's called under medical examiner jurisdiction, which is classified as unexpected or violent death, they are brought into the medical examiner's office for an examination, and then whether an inspection of the body or complete autopsy is determined, whether either one of those is needed. When they come in, they're given a unique identifying number, which is the year, and we start from 1 all the way to the last day of the year at whatever that number is. Then we're examine the deceased person. We examine the outside of the body. We take whatever necessary evidence there is, clothing, fingernail clippings, hair. Then we do x-rays if needed, especially in the case of homicide. And then we document everything we see on the outside of the body, the hair color, the eye color, the weight, the length, any scars, any tattoos, and certainly any injuries. And we document those often on what's called a body diagram, which is just a representation of the human body. So then after we do that, then we examine everything on the inside of the body to document any injuries and look at all the organs and document any injuries we see on the organs and the weight of any natural disease we see on the organ. During that process, we actually take blood and other samples to send off to the toxicology lab to test for substances that were in the body at the time the person died. So then after we make those notes, and then we put together a report documenting everything we found.
And did you give the autopsy that you performed on BRODUS Perry a number?
Yes.
And what number was that?
It's 2019-0582.
And did you took photos? I guess you said you would take photos. In this particular autopsy, did you take photos?
Photos were taken
by the autopsy assistant that helps it, or technician that helps.
Can you describe to the jury the injuries that you, if any, that you found when you performed this autopsy on Mr. Perry?
Yes, I'm going to refer to my notes. So, Mr. Perry had a gunshot wound of the head. It entered on the right side of the head. It fractured a bone close by where it entered, and then it also fractured the bone of his right eye, and then it also caused some injuries to the brain, and then it traveled into the mouth where it injured the tongue, and then the bullet went through the left side of his jaw and injured the jawbone, and then the bullet lodged on the left side of his jaw and then created a wound right under or right above where it lodged, which was what I termed a partial exit wound, meaning the bullet didn't go completely out. And then he had 3 gunshot wounds of his abdomen on the right upper portion. Those went into his abdomen or stomach cavity, injured his intestines and his liver, and then it also injured his right adrenal gland, which is a organ, an endocrine organ that sits above the kidney, and then it completely made his right kidney go into 2 halves. Those are the injuries that happened on the abdomen, and then there were 3 bullets recovered associated with those gunshot wounds, 1 in the spine, 1 from the back, and 1 from his left hip. And then he had a gunshot wound that was on his right buttock, and then it went into the soft tissue and most of the right buttock, causing hemorrhage, and then it traveled into his right side of his lower back, where a bullet was recovered from there. And then he had a graze wound, just meaning the bullet went past the skin and didn't go into the body. He had 1 of those on his right upper arm, and then 1 on the front of his left wrist.
I can hand you a picture and ask you if you can identify that, please.
Yes, I can.
And is that a photo you took of one of the wounds you just described to the jury?
It was a photo taken at the time of autopsy, not by me, but the autopsy technician, but yes, of the wound of the head.
And does that accurately depict what you observed while taking that autopsy, while performing that autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, I would ask that big mark next to it, please.
No objection. We'll show Exhibit 15. There's a photo of a wound of the head.
And may I publish that for the jury, please?
Yes.
So what we're looking at there, you described that as, if I understood your testimony correctly, that was the entrance wound that went all the way across down through his jaw and almost came down the other side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let me hand you another picture and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, this is a picture of the deceased's face, and you can see that wound on the left side of his jaw where the bullet almost came out, but the bullet is actually underneath it.
Can I make that next exhibit, please, Your Honor?
No objection. We'll show it as a photo of the wound on the left side of the jaw.
And may I publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
And so that's the photograph you just identified, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, you described it as as a partial exit wound, meaning the bullet is still there, but the injury that we see is where the bullet almost exited the body. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you.
Yes, this is the picture of the entrance gunshot wound that was on the right buttock.
Judge, I would ask that before next exhibit, please.
No objection.
We'll mark exhibit 17 as the entrance of the wound to the right buttock.
And if I may publish that.
Yes.
And so is this the picture that you just identified, Dr. Curry?
Yes.
And that entered, stayed in the body, and you recovered that bullet from while performing the autopsy?
That's correct.
And you. Can you identify that photo?
Yes, this is a picture of the deceased's right arm and kind of the right side of his chest and abdomen. It's picturing the graze wound, or the wound where the bullet went by the skin and didn't actually go in, of his right upper arm, and you can also see 2 of the gunshot wounds that are on his abdomen.
And may I publish that? Oh, I want to make that the next exhibit, please, Your Honor.
No objection.
Marks exhibit 18 is a photo of wounds to the right arm and right part of his chest.
And may I publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I think, Dr. Curry, when that printed, it cut off actually a little bit of that. Is this the photo that you just identified?
With 1 extra wound, yes.
Yeah. So the 3 that we see, the 4, 2, and the one below the 2, are those the 3 wounds that you talked about, the 3 bullets that went into the abdomen?
Yes, should be numbered 2, 3, and 4, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then 6 is one of the 2 graze wounds that you testified about?
That's correct.
So you recovered the bullet from the head, you recovered those 3 from the abdomen?
Yes.
And you recovered the one from the back,
Buttock, yes.
From the buttock.
Yeah, the bullet it came from the back, but it's corresponding to the bullet that entered on the right buttock.
And I have one more photo, which is the, well, I'll let you tell us what it is.
Yes, it's a picture of the graze wound that was on the front of his left wrist, yes.
I'd like to make that the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection.
Show exhibit 19 and the graze wound on the left wrist.
And may I publish that for the jury?
Yes.
And Dr. Curry, is this the photo that you just identified?
Yes.
And tell us what happens when you recover evidence, or in this case particularly bullets, while performing the autopsy.
So they're packaged in a sealed evidence envelope. I initial and date them, and then they're put together with other evidence that we take at the time of autopsy: clothing, fingernail clippings, hair, and any of the other evidence we take. And then they're logged and then placed into our the evidence room at the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center, and eventually picked up by the investigating police agency.
And you don't have to to open this is still sealed. I'm going to ask you if you can open that and identify the contents of that package.
Yeah, these are the bullets that were recovered from the deceased at the time of the autopsy, and the sealed evidence envelopes still with the seal tag, the date, and my initials.
And there's 5 total of those?
Yes.
Judge, I would ask that those 5 be made collectively an exhibit, the bullets recovered during the autopsy.
Your Honor, I think these have all been already marked as Exhibit 6.
Oh, that may be true.
They are.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you. Of those wounds, were any of them or all of them fatal on their own, or was it a combination, or can you testify to that?
So the ones in the head and the abdomen certainly were very significant wounds, in my opinion, that would have led directly to death. The one in the right abdomen, because it mostly just caused hemorrhage, where the trachea went through, wouldn't have been fatal in my opinion.
And so, based on your expertise and your examination during that autopsy, were you able to form an expert opinion concerning the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And the manner of death?
Homicide, which for forensic terms means death at the hands of another.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Curry.
Good afternoon.
Don't have many questions for you, but I have a couple, okay? Sure. First, just kind of going from what you just said, homicide. In your profession, I can never say this word, that is an epidemiological assessment, right?
That's correct.
What does that mean?
For once we fill the death certificate and it has the cause and manner of death, it is analyzed in this state, by the state of Tennessee, by the statistics in order to, run the numbers of the different categories of death.
So a category of death could be homicide.
Yes.
Could be suicide.
That's correct.
Could be natural.
That's correct.
Are there any others?
Yes. It is natural, then accident, and then could not be determined or undetermined.
Okay. So when you determine that something is a homicide, that is not an indication of criminal intent, right?
Not from a forensic pathologist standpoint. That's correct.
So when you say homicide, you do not, that does not equal premeditated murder?
No.
That equals more than one person was involved?
That equals for us that the death occurred at the hands of another person.
Okay. So nothing about your assessment gives any assessment to Ms. Daniels' mindset?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you about each of the individual shots briefly, okay? And you have your report. You have them labeled A, B, C, D, E.
That's correct.
And you also have numerical designations.
That's correct.
For each, for A, do you have an A1? Is that kind of how that works, that you?
So the numerical is for picture taking purposes and to be able to refer to them in the report. And then the alphabetical is just the way I notate the report is just described from the top of the head to the bottom of the feet. So it's just the ordering system.
And the numbers and letters that you assign to it don't have any bearing on the order in which those injuries occurred.
That's correct.
So on gunshot wound A, that was the gunshot wound to the head.
That's correct.
And 1 would be the entrance wound.
That's correct.
And 2 would be the exit wound.
Well, in this case,
Well-
5 was the exit wound on this one because of just the way the ordering went with
Okay.
this one.
And so the entrance wound was about here, right?
Yes.
And the exit wound was about here.
Well, yeah, where the bullet almost went out, so
Right.
we'll call it a partial, but yes.
So when you have these 2 points,
Mhm.
you're able to determine a trajectory.
That's correct.
What is a trajectory?
So just the way the bullet traverses inside or on the body once it enters and then through and exits. So
The trajectory, when you make your trajectory assessments, you base it on anatomical position, right?
yes.
What does that mean?
So just basically it is, and we do this just to standardize the way we notate injuries. Basically it's the representation of the human body with someone standing with their palms facing up. So standing facing you with
So,
yes.
like this.
Yes.
This would be the anatomical position. In reality, when things are actually happening, this is very rarely the position in which people were, right?
We, like I said, do that to standardize, but we do realize that when people are injured, that's not all the time the way they are positioned. So yes.
And the trajectory of the bullet is determined by the position of the decedent's body and the position of the person with the gun, right?
Yes.
So if I'm shooting you right here, you're not, and you're looking at me just like this, you would have a gunshot wound right here and it would go pretty straight through your back, right?
Yes.
Whereas if I'm standing on your side, same thing, right?
Yes.
And if you lean over, that's going to change.
That's correct.
If you lean over or back, it's going to give an upward or downward deviation.
Can, yes.
Okay. So when we look at gunshot wound A, you noted a trajectory on that of being right to left,
Yes.
and that's indicating his right side to his left side.
That's correct.
Downward,
Yes.
so that, and slightly back to front.
Correct.
So you cannot say that he was standing here like this when that kind of angle is involved.
That's
right?
correct.
Would that kind of angle be consistent with someone falling?
If their head was going downward and the bullet was traversing downward, that, in my opinion, would be consistent with
So if
that.
you had this angle and they're falling,
Well, I would have, you have to tell me the position of the gun, because I'm not certain on the position of the gun. So,
can that kind of downward angle be created by someone falling? Can that be consistent?
it could be.
It could also be consistent with having an upward angle. It just depends on how the body's positioned.
Well, from the trajectory, it's traversing downward. So once again, I would have to know where the gun was in relation to the body to
Yes.
say that. Yes, sir.
Okay, and so one of the things that you also looked at was soot, stippling, and muzzle imprint, right?
That's correct.
And on every one of these gunshot wounds, there was no soot, stippling, or muzzle imprint.
That's correct.
So let's take each of those individually. What is soot?
So soot is the black material that comes out of the end of the gun.
Okay. And that is something that you can use to make a distance determination between the person and the muzzle of the gun, right?
We can estimate, yes.
Okay. And that's usually for soot about, what, 4 feet? 4 or more, 4 feet
For
soot.
For soot to be around the wound, as
Yes.
you're asking? It would have to be a close range gunshot wound, which means inches, close or inches. For
So-
soot to be around the wound.
Okay. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead of you. This is the 4 feet stippling.
No.
Yeah, tell me which one is the 4 feet.
So if there's lack of soot and if there's lack of stippling, then from measurements and previous studies, then we can say that the gunshot wound is indeterminate or distant, and we have to be sure with indeterminate that there was nothing blocking the soot from getting onto the body. And if we exclude that, then we say distant, and that means that from when the gun was fired to hitting the body, there was 3 feet or greater distance between.
So the 3 feet or greater, that's the indeterminate.
Yes.
And that determination, 3, 4 feet, whatever, it also depends on what type of weapon is being used.
That's correct.
Right? So if you have soot, stippling, muzzle imprint, you're within that 3 foot.
Right. And to your point, the only way to know exactly is to actually test fire the gun with the ammunition that was used, and you would know specifically, accurately what it would be.
And the muzzle imprint, that would be an actual contact wound.
That's
right?
correct.
And none of those things were present here.
That's correct.
So the indications by what you saw is that the muzzle of the gun was 3 feet or more away from Mr. Perry.
That's correct.
The 2 graze wounds that you indicated, I wanted to talk to you about those briefly, okay? Typically, particularly with the position of the graze wounds, those do not necessarily indicate separate shots, right?
That's correct.
Especially that one on the right side,
Yes.
it is most likely a graze wound of one of the entrance or entrance.
I can't say most likely, but it's a possibility that
It's consistent with that.
it could be from one of the entrances on the abdomen.
Okay, and then on direct, you were discussing whether any of these on their own would have been fatal.
Yes.
And I'm trying to make sure I heard you correctly. You indicated that the head wound and one of the abdominal wounds, I thought you said could have been fatal on their own.
So the head wound and the abdominal wounds, because they were grouped together as a cluster because they commingled, all of those would have been fatal. The one on the buttock, in my opinion, would not have been fatal.
Okay, and one of the abdomen ones that was pretty shallow.
Well, no, they all entered into the abdominal cavity. So
There were 3 in the abdomen, right?
that's correct.
I thought you indicated 2 of the ones, I thought you said 2 of the abdominal shots could have been fatal, one of them no.
No, all 3 could have been, because they all entered into the abdominal cavity, all caused injuries that in the intestine and the liver and the kidney. So they all 3 caused the injuries inside.
Are all of those necessarily fatal?
Because I couldn't tell this bullet hit this specifically, this bullet hit that one specifically, then I couldn't say that, these 2 didn't, these 2, that's why they're grouped together, because when they got inside the body, they
Okay, I understand what you're saying a little bit better now.
Yes.
Thank you. Excuse me. A wound to the kidney is not necessarily fatal, right?
In this instance, it is because it made the kidney go into 2 halves.
Okay.
That now you do have another kidney, but the bleeding from that, having one of your kidney being 2 halves, is pretty devastating.
And this is a question, I don't know the answer to it.
Right.
With these injuries, would, prompt and appropriate medical attention, could that make it not fatal? Is it fatal just because of the injury, or is it fatal untreated?
So he did have medical attention and did have attempted surgery, because there were some surgery inside of his intestine, and they weren't able to revive him from that.
But you were able to tell that they did try
Yes.
Medical intervention?
They definitely.
Which would indicate when he got to the hospital, he was alive?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing about your assessment can go to intent or type of homicide, right?
That's correct.
That's all I have.
No question.
day. So I'm going to excuse you for the day. I'm going to say my speech, my regular speech. We're still not ready to discuss the case, okay? So we're going to show you excuse for the day. We're going to come back in the morning, get a good night's rest, enjoy dinner, and we'll see you back tomorrow.
Jurors, be sure to leave your pads in the chair for me.
That's her speech. Is we're still not ready to discuss the case yet. We're still not ready to discuss the case yet. Go home and have a nice dinner and don't think about this, okay? See y'all in the morning. And we waited 2.5 hours for 20 minutes with the medical doctor. Okay. They could have took the medical examiner before lunch and been done by, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Alright, we'll come back in the morning at 9:30. I might do have to do some arraignment, so when we take a break, I have to take care of those, but we'll come back in the morning at 9:30 and then, you only have one more witness?
I only have one more witness, Judge.
One more
Yeah.
witness, and so Vince, has the group have that ready, tomorrow morning as well.
Yes, Your Honor. We do anticipate proof. We anticipate 3 to 4 witnesses.
Okay. All right, so I will adjourn court for the day. I'll see you in the morning.
All rise. Court's adjourned tomorrow morning, 9:30 for trial.
all rise. Okay, guys. Number one, what did we hear? We heard from the medical examiner and Mr. BRODUS or BRODUS. One of his kidneys was split in half. He had life-threatening injuries. He had 3 gunshots that went straight through his abdomen into his intestines and kidneys. He had a shot in the butt. Not good. Okay, not good at all. What we also learned is, guess what? The prosecution has one more witness. One more witness, and it's going to be the defense's turn to show us what they're working with. And we get to see what they're coming with. They've got 3 to 4 witnesses. Are one of the 3 to 4 witnesses Miss Latoshia? Latoshia, you coming to talk to us? Or are you going to stay mute? We're going to find out very soon, okay? We're going to find out very soon. Okay, so TBI, okay, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. So they might have been done today. The TBI guy couldn't make it, I guess. They were talking about something like that when they opened court today, right? So the defense is getting ready to rest their case tomorrow. The prosecution is getting to rest tomorrow. The defense has 3 to 4 witnesses. We could have the case tomorrow, guys. Maybe closing arguments. What's today? Today's Wednesday. If the prosecution rests tomorrow after 1 witness, and then we have the defense with 3 to 4 witnesses, that could just be, we can hope that it's just going to be tomorrow, maybe a little bit Friday. Then we could have closing Friday if they've got instructions done. You guys have to excuse me. Portia, would you please, girl? I know they don't want to leave this over a whole entire weekend. I'm sure time is of the essence. It's Wednesday. They have got to get things popping because they could have a verdict Friday afternoon. If they drag it out, it'll be Monday. I don't know if they want these people sitting over the whole entire weekend trying to think about, you know what I mean, have this in the back of their mind. You know what I mean? I think they would want it fresh. Anyway, you guys tell me what you think. This has been a long day, guys, but it's been a fun one. I love talking to you guys. Girl, the 11th is a holiday. Hold on a second. Let me see. Tuesday. Yes, because the kids don't have school. Yes, that's right. No school. I'm looking at the school calendar right now. No school on this Tuesday. No school yesterday, which was election day. No school that Tuesday. 11th is the Veterans Day. Shouts out to all of our service folks. Shouts out to all of our servicemen and women. Thank you for you and your wonderful contributions and all the things that you all do. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for your service. Okay, guys. Anything else? Are we good? I'll see you guys in the morning. Did you guys see the poll? Hold on, I'll post the poll. Okay. Will Latasha take the stand? Will she do it, y'all? Will she do it? 39. Okay, let's go from the bottom to the top. 244 votes. 28% of you say heck no. 33% are not sure, but you think she needs to. 39% say absolutely. Period. Okay. We're going to see. Anything else y'all got? You guys, you got anything else for me? Ooh, y'all, it was today's highlights were the walk into the gun store with no purse. My mother, look, if you don't carry a purse, please don't take it out on my mom. She was a beautiful person. But my mom always said, don't trust a woman with no purse. But my mom would have been 90 had she lived. She passed away 9 years ago. Okay. My mom was she was from another generation. She was from another time where it was a must that you carry your purse. She said, never trust a woman without a purse. Okay. Girl, how are you going to go buy a purse and you have I guess she was going to take a plastic bag. She came in there on her business. She has her business jacket on. She has her little blazer buttoned up. She has her khaki pants. She looks like it's casual Friday. Doesn't she look like she just got out of a meeting? Not that she's dressed to the nines or anything, but it's definitely giving Business Thursday. And I wanted to do something over jeans. And she came in on her business. Those look like transitional glasses. They look like they just started going into shades. And she walks in to the Thompson sporting goods store to go buy that Ruger. Okay. And where'd that get you? Okay. What else? Thank you to the veterans and their family, all the servicemen and women, the families that support them, all the wonderful everybody out there doing their thing in support of our wonderful military. Thank you. She just left her own counseling session where she just jumped from the chair to the couch, back to the chair, then back to the couch. Just a mess. Anyway, guys, I'm going to let you guys go. We're like just under 6 hours. So let me let y'all go. We'll do this again tomorrow. Hopefully everybody who needs to testify tomorrow will be there on time. They can go ahead, stay after, get the instructions, do the closing, and hand the case over to the jury. And we have a verdict by Friday. Would be nice. We'll see. We shall see. All right, guys. I'm going to let y'all go. Have a wonderful evening. Comment down below. Let me know what your thoughts are. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Have a good night.